What up?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. How are you going? Welcome to Adelaide Writers' Week. My name is Chris Taylor, and it's my absolute privilege. This is going to be a treat to interview one of the great men of stage and words and letters of the Australian scene. Unfortunately, Barry Humphries had died, so...
Yes.
But William has agreed to step in. No, this is great. Can I also just say thank you for coming out? This is like Woodstock for book nerds. It's so... give yourselves... It's like Taylor Swift's concerts, but the crowd's a little bit older. Otherwise identical to a Tay-Tay concert. I said it last time I was here, and I'll say it again, and I'm not just buttering up to you. This is genuinely the best writers' festival in the country. Australians love a freebie, I've learnt, and but the books aren't free. Before I introduce our special guest, I just want to acknowledge the land that we meet on today. It's the traditional lands of the Kaurna people, and we respect their spiritual relationship with their country. We also acknowledge the Kaurna people as the custodians of the Adelaide region, and their cultural and heritage beliefs are still as important to the living Kaurna people today. So, with that in mind, William McGuinness, I don't know about you, you probably first became aware of him as an actor on Sea Change or... Yeah. Should we just talk about Sea Change for an hour?
Well, I can take my shirt off and...
They're saying no down here.
I did a play at the MTC. It was an Oscar Wilde play.
Not a lot of nudity in Oscar Wilde.
Well, it was an After Dark Oscar Wilde. What was it called? It was An Ideal Husband, and I played this old, just the Duke. Anyway, and you have these awful things when you do plays for the flagship companies. You've got to turn up. They call them sponsors nights, and you think, oh, Christ. I know you from somewhere. Don't tell me. What is it? What did you do? Stuff like that. And I turned up, and this woman ran up to me, and she said, "What happened?" And I said, "Sorry?" He said, "I thought it was a fat suit." And I looked at her, and honestly, I mean, I'm not a cruel man, but I looked at this face. It looked like a... I don't know, it just had like a bad renovation, you know. And I thought, what happened? This is... You know, it looked like Roger Moore in that last James Bond film he made, you know. And that was sort of funny. I said, well, you know, Sea Change was 20 years ago and 20 kilograms ago. But she said, oh, what a shame. I love the show.
It is warm enough today if anyone does want to remove any clothing, but there's no obligation to do so whatsoever. We're here specifically...
Isn't that Maslin Beach?
Oh, that film.
Nudist.
Oh, they made a movie about Maslin Beach.
They did. A late night special.
Yeah.
Yes. I went to a Christmas party in July at Maslin Beach, and I didn't know it was a nudist beach.
Oh, July to be a bit tricky.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
It's bizarre.
No extra 20 kilos there.
No. And I was making a thing called Shadows from the Heart. It was one of the first things I did. I got out of drama school. And I think I stayed at the Intercontinental. Right. And I remember having a bet on Buster Douglas versus Mike Tyson, and I put it on Buster Douglas, and I shouted the bar for the night. I was everyone's friend. There was only two blokes in the bar. That's why I could shout the bar. Me and this pommy guy. And there's a big German bloke who was working on props. And I remember he didn't tell me it was basically a nudist barbecue. And I remember going there and...
A lot of sausages.
A lot. And there were two people from the wardrobe department. And she says, oh, William, it's so good to see more of you. And I went, oh. I remember there was a guy who was an uncle, who was an old guy. He's probably dead by now. But he sang, he was a member of a choir. And he sang Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And he had a very deep vibrato, and he had, well, let's just say that God had been kind to him. And when he went, out of very shiny, no, everything was like, what the fuck? You couldn't look anywhere. Hasn't Uncle Reg got a lovely voice? Yeah. Anyway, Maslin Beach, sorry, it was a late night special when I was Young lad.
We're here specifically to
Talk about nudity.
To celebrate your new
Christmas
book.
carols.
Yeah, Nah is the book. It will be for sale at the usual places at the end of the session.
Back alleys.
I
went for a walk this morning.
I realise this is one of those things I would not need to ask any questions.
Sorry, I was banging on to some bloke I recognised this morning. I was boring him senseless. And I missed out on food, so I thought, I better go get something. So I went to Playford, out to Playford. You know, when I came over here with the Clarice Beckett exhibition and I tried to book the Playford because I really liked the Playford Hotel, and this woman was saying, "Sir," I said, "why can't I get into there?" And I was saying, "Sir, it's the COVID hotel." Oh, I see, sorry. But anyway, and I went for a walk, and nothing was open. But then there was always those massage parlours and but there was this one massage parlour. You know what it was called? No Name Massage Parlour. Who would go to that? I'm off there after. Maslin Beach is playing. Anyway, go on, mate, sorry.
I remember Brian Brown telling me once that he wanted to start writing books because he wanted to get into the Writers' Festival circuits. The only reason he said he wrote his book. And you've written a lot more books than Brian Brown. But do you like them? Do you like sort of coming to these places and being a writer as opposed to that guy from Sea Change?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. It's all right. It's fun. You just always get out. As long as you don't take yourself too seriously. I remember I had a dean at Whopper, which is where I went to drama school. It was always a funny name, you know, there's an acronyms for things. And Whopper, it's king-sized actor from Hungry Jack's, Whopper. You know. Whopper takes me back to Maslin Beach and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. But Jeff Gibbs was his name. He's a great bloke. And I was a bit of a punce. And I'd failed law, and then I'd done an economics degree, and then I was going to do law again. And then, I don't know, somehow I got into this drama course. And someone went to NIDA, and they said, "Do you want to go?" And they rang up, "Do you want to come?" Oh, shit, yeah, I'll see how that goes for a year. I'll probably end up doing law. I couldn't tell my father. He said, I thought you were going law in Sydney. I said, "Oh, no, I'm going to Perth." "What are you doing over there?" "You're doing law over there." And I went, "No, I'm just studying history." And my mother told him, and my father just looked at me and exploded, and he said, "No son of mine's going to be a pissed-upon actor." And he walked off and he stormed off, and I didn't know what to say. And my mother just said, "Oh, he's just upset you didn't tell him. He'll be all right in a couple of minutes." And he was, and he came back. I remember he said, "All right, stand tall, you'll be right, you'll do okay, I suppose. See how you go, and you might get parts as a butler." And then my mother says, "Or a Mountie." It's just sort of, who are you people? You're lovely, but how did I get onto that?
Writers' Festivals.
Oh, Jeff Gibbs, and he said to me, "You know, you're a bit of a pain in the arse, but you might have a bit of a show of doing something useful with yourself, and I want to give you a bit of advice." And I was having a polywaffle at the time. It was a break. He said, "I'm going to get a polywaffle and have a word with you." And he sat down, and he said, "Just take what you do seriously, but never yourself, because life is too much fun to disappear up your arse." And
Such
I
great
think
advice.
that is the best. It should be, if it was in Latin, it'd be on every accountant's. Instead of those things you see in your solicitors and accountants' offices, you know, there's some guy charging up Mount Everest or some bloke running up, "You can do it," you know, faith, you know. Get your head out of your arse and enjoy life. It's a great quote. And I just think, you know, I didn't yearn to write books. Well, I grew up in the sort of family that art was appreciated as much as you know, a good beer, and a poem was just as great as, you know, a Roger Gould field goal. It was that sort of funny house. You know, I grew up, this place was always books and paintings. There was a load of prints of Albert Tucker. We all loved Albert Tucker. And I remember there down the stairs before my father's den, there was 3 photos. One was the Laughing Cavalier on a brass plate, you know. Then there was the Queen for some reason. And then there was John F. Kennedy. Right. I was just thinking, I was John F. Kennedy because my son, I'm going all over the shop, that's all right. My son got this disastrous Year 11 report. And I remember getting a bake off my dad. He says, "You don't have to send you to that school, you know, son. We can send some other kid there that'll appreciate it. Now, buck up. Have a go." It's like that sort of stuff. I'm going, "Yeah, I understand. I will really try." And I got this thing. I said, "Right, I'm going to give my boy the rocket." And I didn't have a den. I said, come out here. But my heart wasn't in it because I was such a punce. And then I started, this is not on, mate. This is just not on. I said, oh, here's that line. We don't have to send you to that school. And Clem's going, Dad, can I stop you? I said, yeah, what? He said, John F. Kennedy. And I went, what? John F. Kennedy, Dad. 47. Dead at 47. So? And he goes, you don't want to peak too soon. And a part of me went, I wish I'd said that to my dad. And then for the next week, I'd be see him walking around and he'd be going up with his sort of, Kevy's blazer, and he'd just go like this. Yeah. But it's fun coming out, and, it's fun writing a book. So I always sort of, like, when I finish a book, it's a bit like, fuck, I did it.
Yeah.
I finished that assignment, basically. But I think it's I'm not under no impressions that, usually they're all the same bloody book, really, but,
No, I don't know how many people have read it or other books of William. They're genuinely cracking reads. They're just... And when I was reading this, it sort of reminded me of like sitting next to some bloke in a pub who's just full of great yarns. It had that sort of very conversational, effortless tone and style to it. Are they effortless to write, or is there a lot of effort that goes into that laconic
Well, there's
style?
a lot of effort reusing stuff, let me tell you. I'm the Visi Board of Australian Authors. No, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I can't really be serious about it. I mean, yeah, it's fun. When you write these things, though, and you sort of write about your family or people, your friends, and you get to that point and they're dead. We've all lost people from our lives, I think. And your heart does break a little because you just remember, when you remember them and you're just laughing and you think, what a wonderful moment that was, and it's almost like they're there, but they're dead, and it always hits you that they're dead. And now when I was a kid, I couldn't imagine my parents ever not being around and being large and mad and funny and kind. And now there's sort of like a memory, and that sort of breaks you a little bit. I mean, it doesn't I don't mean I sort of wander around sort of, like a great romantic poet, but you just think, fuck, why do we have to end? Yeah. But that's the way we're hardwired, I suppose. I mean, it's like when my parents were such great characters. Like when I got that sperm in year 79, I was sent home from school. You might have got it, maybe not. You looked like a tidy unit. My hair was too long.
Do you know when people ask, when I told people I was interviewing you, the number one thing they all said was, get him to tell the perm story. Right. So, do you want to hear the perm story? All right.
So, I got this letter from the sportsmaster who, he sort of liked me because I could play rugby. But, they always tried it on, and they said, if this boy, get that letter, take that home to your parents. I mean, there was 2 winter breaks in Queensland, one in May and one in August. The worst is the May one. It's like thing. So when we're not, the schools didn't play over the holiday break, so I could just go and play club rugby again. And I got this haircut. This boy's got to have this haircut, and if it's not cut appropriately, he won't be coming back to the school until it's the appropriate length. And Mum was busy on this Saturday morning. She had too much to do, and she gave me $10 to go down to this place, Commodores Arcade, in Redcliffe, and there was Ashley's barber shop. And she said, get a short back and sides and you can have a hamburger or a thick shake or whatever that rubbish is you're drinking. I go off, and when I got there, Ashley's barbershop had turned into Ashley's unisex hair salon. And Ashley was there, he just looked like a grumpy barber. And I thought, as long as I got the Australian Post, it'll still be all right, I suppose. And I went in, and there was this girl said hello to me, and I just stopped in my tracks because I didn't really know her. She was just, I thought she was the most beautiful thing. I'd first seen her about a couple of years before at the Redcliffe Rollerdrome when I'd gone there one Saturday morning, as you did, with nothing much to do, and you'd just sort of slide round in the novice skaters, and they'd have this asinine pop tune like an Olivia Newton-John on the banks of the Ohio, and there was a fat kid called Dougals that went to the same school I did then. Dougals was eating a Devon sandwich in rainbow greaseproof paper. And we were on the banks of the Ohio. And then you hear this, speed skaters only, speed skaters now, speed skaters only. And somehow me and Dougals got caught out there. It was like the skinny and the fat antelope being surrounded by a pride of lions, all these sort of speed skaters, you know, they've got cigarettes under them. And then Black Knights playing. And Douglas is going, fuck a duck, we're going to die. And he grabbed my shoulder. And I wasn't there with Douglas. We just happened to know each other. But he grabbed my shoulder and was going, fuck a duck, we're going to die. And he was squashing his Devon sandwich all over his rainbow greaseproof paper. But somehow we got to the side and they were all racing round. And then a girl got up and she could skate apparently. And man, she was beautiful. She got out and she was at the head of the speed skaters. And they took off Black Knight and they put on an ABBA song, I Do, I Do, I Do. And it was like, I love you, hanging onto the chook wire. And then a friend of mine, Trevor Barsby, just yelled, that is Wendy Sykes, like that is Superman. And that was her name. So 3 years later, there she is, she's an apprentice hairdresser. At Ashley's, the undercover barber, dressed up as a hair salon. And this is what she said, this is the amount of our relationship. Hello. Would you like a perm? And I got a perm. And I was there, I was just there, I said, whoa, man, what's happening? I couldn't say anything, but she was touching me, I could smell her, and foils were going on. And at the end, they came and this sort of, like, I don't know, it's Auburn beach ball. And I had a lot of acne. I could just have in a head. Was my head full of nothing and a face full of pimples. And it made my face redder. And then she turned to me, she went, there you go. I thought, I'm in so much trouble. And I went out to Ashley and I said, I've only got $10. Well, you got to come back by close of business with the other $16.50. You know, because it was about $27. So I thought, oh, God, I was walking off. I'm walking down and then there was a maths teacher. Just came out of this cafe and he looked at me and he screamed. And I thought, fucking hell. So I went like that and everyone turned. And I remember he had a grey tank top on and grey stubbies and thongs. Well, not even thongs, they were like scuffs, flip-flops. And he had a big red beard. And he said, you clown McGuinness, are you after a job in Bullens? Which was a circus. He said, that hair better be gone by the time you get back. And he was telling me this, and I thought, this is holidays. What are you yelling at me like we're at school? And I looked, he had Pix People in one hand, which was a poor man, you know, it's just like, you know, I thought, what are you doing, Pix People? You know, and then his crumb sausage, he was wobbling it so much. The end of it came off, and then this bit of cheese oozed out. He went, ah! So I walked off, I'm thinking, I'm in so much trouble. I went home, and I thought, what am I going to tell my parents? And my mum was in the front kitchen, or the kitchen, and walked in. And she just turns around and she went, oh, Jesus Christ! And it being a Saturday, and she was a tall woman with this big shock of white hair. She used to have red hair, but it's all white. We used to call her John Pertwee, Doctor Who, because she was... And she always used to talk like that. Stop doing that, you know. Joe, where's the sonic screwdriver? John Pertwee. And then my father, it was a weekend, and he obviously finished work for the day, and he hadn't quite finished working things out. And like a lot of guys in southeast Queensland, he had a bank of banana trees in the backyard and a machete, so he could just do some jungle gym work, he used to call it. I don't know what he was doing. But he came running in because Mum, you know, had screamed. And he came in with his boots and his footy shorts, stubbies, his striped T-shirt and this Makita cap, which came with Makita power tools. But they looked all right in a little Japanese man, but this guy, 6'2", you know, it's like a he's this little guy. He comes in with the machete. What is it, Rhys? And my mother just went and pointed to me, and my father went, ah! Like that. I'll never forget the way he said this. He went, Christ alive! Christ alive! And he pointed the machete at me. When I was your age, boy, I was jumping out of planes killing Germans. For what? Dogs came in and they're barking, they're jumping up. And I told my brother nearly fell off his chair telling me. He said, you know, Dads, because my father fought right throughout the Second World War. And, you know, he never talked about what he did, but my Vaughan always said, you know, you see him on Anzac Day marching with the ribbon and all that sort of stuff. Also, you know, Dad always thought that was the best years of his life because it was like it was a great crusade. It was when we all came together, you know, the good people came together and they defeated something that was so rampantly evil. It was this crazy rubbish of fascism and militarism, right? Fantasy, fanaticism. And he said in that moment he would have been remembering all the fear and the battles, hearing Winston Churchill and all this sort of stuff, remembering the leaders and men he fought with. I'm going, yeah. And they fought for a free world and a future. The future. And the future was you with a perm. The great thing about them was they settled, after about 10 minutes, they were laughing their heads off about it. And I remember my mum picked up one of the dogs going like that. I don't know why I'm laughing at it. I have to walk around in public with it. And my father was sitting... it was almost like he was... Well, he stood there like that with a machete out the back of him. Well, I tell you what, son, he said, you better learn to juggle or maybe play a harp and get a car horn like Harpo Marx. And then I went and played club rugby, and then I had a hairnet. My sister called me and said, if you wear a hairnet, your pimples will get better. So I did, and I carefully attached it with 2 Band-Aids down the side of my temples, and my father couldn't. Fucking idiot. But they were funny people. That's sort of... I like writing about it because they were very funny people and they created like their own words in a way. And my dad was great at I love nicknames. Like this morning I got a phone call from a mate, Craig Butler his name is, and his nickname is Alfred. And he's been known as Alfred for over 50 years, I think.
Right.
The butler from Batman.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's called Fred, but then he said, I prefer Alfred. Alfred, how are you? Good.
Can you tell us the story? Speaking of nicknames, there's a wonderful story about a client of your dad's called the Pharaoh. And can you tell us about how that name came around?
Dad he had a hire business. He was a house builder, but then he started a hire business. And the business was just next door to the house. Dad had an office in the house, and it had a wall office. And the door would never open, and people would go and knock on the door. He said, for Christ's sake, that's not a bloody door! I mean, why'd you put office there? He was a great bloke, but he could explode. And then he had this old house painter called Mr. Ankers, Case Ankers, a lovely Dutch guy. And Mum used to call him the Clipper. She said he's like a clipper rounding the Cape, old Case, because he was a big guy and he had these voluminous sort of white painter's overalls, like billowing sails. And always had a sort of big straw hat. And he was Dutch, and he used to show pugs. He used to love these little pug dogs he had, but he didn't like our dogs, because our dogs are barky dogs, like Kelpies and Blueies. And he said, Col, I don't want to get out of the car with the dogs, because the happy dogs, they upset me a little bit. Is it okay if I just toot the horn, beep the horn, and then you will know it's me, and then we can do the business, have the coffee, and have a talk? Yes, of course, Case, absolutely. And the first couple of times, it's all right, it's Case, get the dog, please, huh? Someone would get the dog. Then he went on a bit, and then after a while, my dad had obviously had enough, and you'd hear this, oh, Christ, it's a bloody Pharaoh, get the dog, like we're going over the top, get the gun, get the dog! And the dog thought it was a game, so they're running around, barking. Oh, bloody Pharaoh! And he said, what the fuck? Anyway, and I was going once to school to catch a bus to get to school. Anyway, and then I got my father. I saw Mr. Ankers. Hello there. Boop, 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 boop. And my father, it just explodes from somewhere. Get the bloody dog! It's the Pharaoh! And he made me come back from across the road, put my bag down and get the... Anyway. And I said to him, why do you call Mr. Ankers the Pharaoh? He said, oh, Jesus, you know nothing, boy. Why do we send you to that bloody school? It's a waste of money. You don't learn anything about history. I said, well, why do you call him... Why do you think I call him the bloody... I don't know, Dad. That's why you know nothing. It's like that great way of parenting, like, oh, you know nothing. But then you saw the centre of the universe too for them. So funny. And he said, sit down and I'll tell you. And you sit down and then he talks like I'm an idiot, you know. He sits in his car and he beeps his horn. Oh, Christ, son, honestly. It's like this, and he goes back and he said, tooting car man.
So good.
It's like the best.
So good.
It's like It's so much fun, like, and you know, even today, because I'm a terrible driver, I'll be driving along, going right up the middle of the road, and people will beep at me up, "You Pharaoh," you know. But it was fun. Like I remember for Lent once, I tried to give up swearing.
How long did you last?
Well, no, I did all right because
Yeah.
because anyway, obviously I've lapsed like my faith, but I remembered that my mum used to say fig jam. Oh, fig jam. So I thought I'll say that. And then it was actually, I got into making up words. And the best one was one of my favourite Elvis Presley films. They're all sort of terrible, especially the one where he sings, "Come into my beach shack, my intentions are good. Come into my beach shack, see my etchings in wood." Anyway, I always equated it. Everyone, it was a bit of an event because I was so dumb, and he always had those one-syllable names like Brad or Steve, Mike, Todd. And one of them is Fun in Acapulco, where Elvis is a former high-flying trapeze artist who is now a pool guard with vertigo and is a nightclub singer because he had an incident where he was wearing his trapeze outfit and he had a very sort of pigeon chest, Elvis, and he didn't catch the guy properly and he fell. And then Elvis was hanging up there and he did this great, like that was this guy's dead anyway. So, there was a great song in that too called "You Can't Rumba in a Sports Car," where he's in a sports car with Lady Matador, who he also sang a song about called Lady Matador. And the lyrics to this, "You can't rumba in a sports car," were, "You can't rumba in a sports car. You can't move forward or move back. You can't do what the beat tells you to do, 'cause if you do, you put your back out of whack." And he'd just go, "Give me some more of those pills, Colonel," you know. But the title of that film, Fun in Acapulco, is just, it sounds like you're saying something else if you say it with a bit of gusto. "Oh, fun in Acapulco."
There you go.
It's a cracker. That, and I still say that occasionally. My son says it still. So that's sort of fun. I kind of like that sort of, the invention of words. And Australians often do that. They, all that flash talk of the convicts. And the rhyming slang is still about, which is fun. Rhyming slang, I always love rhyming slang.
And this is sort of what the book's about. It's full of these wonderful stories about your family, but it's also about Australian inventiveness with language. And even the title, "Yeah Nah," which I guess elevates this phrase, which I think is only really in the last 15 years has become, it's almost taken over "g'day" is the quintessential Australian phrase.
Well,
Taylor Swift made a note of it in her concerts, where I think there was a part in her concert every night where they did an Australianism and they put "yeah nah" into the song lyrics. When did you first hear the "yeah nah" phrase?
Well, it sort of stood out like dog's balls to me when I was watching a post-day match interview when Travis Head had scored a great South Australian.
Good Adelaide boy. Yeah.
I love Travis Head. He's the new millennium's Doug Walters, and I love Doug Walters.
Travis Head doesn't get a huge cheer at a writers' festival, but
Well,
but he's a great South Australian.
but he comes from Port Adelaide.
Say no more.
By the way, that hotel is fantastic. The Grand Hyatt, mate. It's like it's 1985. It hasn't changed. The decor. Yeah, John Bannon is still the premier, and you've still got the Grand Prix.
Sore point, William. Sore point. But yeah, nah. So Travis Head, classic
he came off
post-match interviews.
Yeah, and then there's Mark Taylor. "Oh, well, you were great out there, Travis. Fantastic work, wasn't it? You really were fantastic. You're really in the zone. You're just punishing. Wonderful. Is that the best you've ever played?" And Travis went, "Oh, yeah. Nah, just happy to get the runs and get the team across the line." And I just thought, that is fantastic. Yeah, nah. It's usually used to deflect praise.
Right.
And that's what I love about it. Like, yeah, nah. Well, yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I accept the premise, but nah.
But no, it's not what I'm about. And that's really Australian, I think. Well, that's what I like to think that we're capable of. Or it's really fantastic. Like, again, I've seen it at football, there's nothing quite like an ex-footy player salivating over a young footballer's performance. I find it quite humorous. "Oh, you dominated that in the midfield. You were really giving it to them. It was fantastic work, wasn't it? You happy with your form?" Yeah, no, thanks. But I was... It's like I remember being at a uni party at Toowong and a rugby jersey, thongs, stubbies, throwing a bit of burley about, trying to catch the attention of a member of the opposite sex. And when she realised what I was doing, she went, "Oh yeah, no thanks." But yeah. So that's. I did an interview on ABC Melbourne, and I can't remember the host. She was lovely, the name, but she got, and we've had a call, a text in from Julius of Mont Albert, and I thought, Jesus, Julius from in the ABC on a Saturday morning, and he says that the French version of Yeah Nah has been around for centuries, as the German one has. I'm thinking, Ja, nein, Renan. And I just felt like saying, oh, I don't know. But, Australian influence on the languages of the world dates back to Roman times. Because when Julius Caesar said, I came, I saw, I conquered, he didn't actually say that. He actually said, I stuck it up 'em! John F. Kennedy never said, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask. No, I didn't say that. I said get out there and have a bloody crack. No, that didn't go down that well, did it?
What really comes through in the book that I love is...
The spelling mistakes?
No, the proofreading is outstanding. Australians can be inventive with language.
If I write another book, that's the quote
The proofreading is outstanding. Yeah. You can have that
Go
one.
on here, Chris.
That's all I can say.
Proofreading
was very good. No, because I think all countries are... have a facility with language and have their own version of really colourful, inventive phrases.
Yeah.
And some of them stick as national phrases like yeah, no, and others don't. What really shines through in the book that's so endearing is, I know in my family, we sort of had these family idioms that was sort of like code or shorthands for things that only our family knew. And I think as a young kid, I thought, that was something, we were quite unique and we were quite clever and sort of arrogantly thought our family was very good with words.
Yes, you do.
But you realise every family has their own
lingo.
Would everyone agree? You've kind of all got your shorthand and code. And your parents are way more inventive than others. I'd never heard the phrase add mayo. Is that a McGuinness phrase?
No, I heard that on a cricket field.
Oh, that is? Tell us about add mayo.
When add mayo was you think of Scott Morrison when you add mayo. Add mayo. Or politicians in general, if Anthony Albanese would be here, he would say, this isn't just a great day for Adelaide. This is a great day for all Australians. That's adding mayo. You have a chicken sandwich and you put a bit of mayo on, you get the right mayo, and it's a great sandwich. You put too much mayo, you can't cop it, Adding mayo is when people go over the top, when they say things like, the proofreading in this book is exceptional. But it's true. Scott Morrison used to drown people in verbiage and like a broken fire hydrant, and you'd think I'll sound smart. That's why he's always going on like that. He doesn't want to say anything. Adelaide, and of course, it's in South Australia. It's wonderful, Adelaide. So many things that are here in Adelaide, like so many people from Adelaide are in Adelaide. What the fuck is he talking about? But that's what it's like. I saw Insiders yesterday, and I watched it, a repeat on it last night. And Dan Tehan, I don't know if you know who Dan Tehan is. Fuck, he's a funny guy. This is David Spears. Are you happy with the result in Dunkley? It was a great result in Dunkley. We're very happy. And they were sitting, can you imagine Dan Tehan and Michaelia Cash?
Oh, God.
In a production of Grease. Dan Tehan, Grease lightning, going down the quarter mile. And Michaelia Cash going, hopelessly devoted to you. I'd pay money for that. Peter Dutton. Peter Dutton could be the guy, the nasty bloke, and the pockmarked guy on the other racing driver. Peter Dutton always Peter Dutton always reminds me of a security guy. All politicians remind me that they work in Bunnings. That's the thing I can't get over. Albo's the manager. You're like, you got a health policy? In aisle 48, we have a health policy for all Australians. Yeah, but does it stop the leaks? In aisle 48, we have a health policy for all Australians. No, does it stop the leaks, mate? All Australians will find a health policy in aisle 48. And you go and ask advice at Bunnings, and it's like, I suddenly realised one morning, I should just ask the fat, hairy bloke in the mirror for advice. Because they're as silly as me. You know, it's like Scott Morrison, you go to the garden section. Absolutely, that should do it. Absolutely, probably, most likely, it will undoubtedly do it. You could go over there and check in the lighting section. So you go over there and there's the exact same bloke in the lighting section. Oh, the lighting section, yeah. What the fuck, he's everywhere. And then you go to the sausage sizzle and there's the guy, Scott, you're here too. Yeah, I just saw myself in as the sausage sizzle man. And he would you like some mayo on that? Yeah.
Thing about ScoMo at Bunnings, though, he could never find a hose.
Why
was that a groan?
I think Dutton would be the security.
Yes, gladly.
Yeah, you know, you're a weak shopper. You must resign. You're a weak shopper. You know, one guy I kind of like is Jim Chalmers. I sort of think this guy, he's suspiciously good at communicating. But I always
he won't last.
There's something about this guy. We know that there's toughness out there in the economy. We know people are doing it tough. And that's why we're making sure and steady decisions to lead us through this time when inflation is coming down, but there is also the cost of crisis in living. We understand that. I think he sort of got me, but and then I remember who he reminds me of, and it's Gomer Pyle. Right. And it's like he's going to say, and that's why the inflation... Golly! What's the other guy? Jason... What's it, Jason?
Jason Clare.
Oh, with his voice like that and his bent Batman ears. Great bucks out there. It's like he's doing sort of like a 70s Rocktober thing or something.
You and Max Gillies could revive the great art of impressions and have a TV show.
No.
You're very good at impressions.
No. That's
your
being
elbow is spot on. Like,
you're being a bit too kind to mention me in the same breath as Max Gillies. I remember doing a play at the Sydney Theatre Company, the Opera House there, and it was a version of what's that thing called? Oh, Jesus, the thing with Mr. Darcy in it, Pride and Prejudice. I was Mr. Darcy.
Right.
A long time ago.
Right. Shirt off on that one?
Oh, let me tell you.
Hello.
That was the year that the Republic went down, and Malcolm Turnbull, this is the night John Howard broke our heart. And he looked up, and we were all dressed in sort of Pemberley outfits looking at him. And he went, Jesus Christ, you know, like, it's becoming true. But Max Gillies was doing a show, and he came out for a cigarette, and he was just as John Howard. And I said, oh, how are you? And he just did the whole stick. And there was about 40 people gathered around just in tears. He was an amazing talent. Yeah. And he's such a treasure.
Can we talk about some of your acting work?
Of course. Mr. Darcy was my mum came to see it. And my wife said, you look like a great brown-trousered egret. Right. I thought, well, thanks, Sarah. And then my mother was even better. She said, oh, my God, you looked like a block of housing commission flats.
The Venn diagram between housing commission flats and egrets is pretty small, but yeah.
I did do a play there, and it was Don Juan years later. And I just got this really sort of snarty review, and I think it was Bryce Hallett. He said William McGuinness used to be a very good rugby player, apparently. He still is, unfortunately. He's supposed to be in the production of Don Juan. So I thought, oh, yeah, fair enough, you fair cop. And then I went out and I did a performance in a mouthguard. And then my brother and a couple of mates of his came from, he had a place in Camden. Walk out there and I look, oh, Christ, really? And they're wearing their jerseys. I got mouthguards taped. Very funny. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, there's just a couple of works I wanted to touch on. I think Look Both Ways, which was made by your late wife, Sarah Watt.
You're a good man.
Is one of the great underrated gems of Australian cinema. It's just a beautiful film. And I'm so pleased to hear her description of you as the brown-trousered egret, because I wondered, did she share the McGuinness love of words and language?
She was great. She was someone like who loved misadventure and wrote it for all it was worth. And she, I can't really talk about it really, but she was. But I do love that film. And then that was made in Adelaide, and they had that beautiful shot. I just remember there was a shot of kids getting dragged through Adelaide Art Gallery by Anthony Hayes, is a wonderful actor, but he's fantastic in that. And the kid goes, "How long are we going to be here?" And he just says, "Until you get a modicum of knowledge." That's a beauty. I wasn't supposed to be in it. Someone else was supposed to be in it, who was a proper actor. And then I came back from a game of golf and a rather long lunch, and Sarah went, "So and so can't do it. He's got the film he's making in America, it's going over. He can't make it." I said, "Oh shit! What are you going to do?" She said, "You're going to go on a diet. You're going to dye your hair, and you're going to behave." But it's a lovely film.
It's a gorgeous film. I'm so glad you're in it. It's unthinkable without you in it, actually.
Oh, mate, now that's adding mayo.
Oh, I'm adding mayo. I don't know if you saw, they did a study into Australian content on the ABC. It was released a couple of days ago. It was rather sobering. In 2014, there were 1,060 hours of non-news original Australian content. Last year, there was only 630 hours. It's been a decline of 41%. This is obviously troubling for people in the industry in terms of jobs, but I'm sort of more interested in your opinion on what it means for audiences and Australian culture to have such a diminished ABC, because principally the findings of this study were because of the coalition funding cuts.
Well, I'm not political in any way, but as Erica Betts would say, "Cut the bastards out. I don't want them." No. Look, I have some issues with the ABC. I mean, some of it I just think, what is that about? And why would you do that? And why would you make that? But I can't imagine Australia without the ABC. I really can't. In times of disaster and need, well, I have got a show on Sky. I'm filling in for Andrew Bolt. I'm going to talk like that all the time. And there's an emergency, you tune into the ABC. It's sort of supposed to be all things to all people. That's why everyone's got a problem with it. But I can't imagine Australia without it. And it's important because it should be allowed to make mistakes. It should dare. And I don't think it does that anymore. That's the problem I've got with the ABC.
A bit too safe?
Yeah, they've got this weird thing of trying to sort of justify everything, and they're so sensitive to criticism. And I just think you just grow a set and just do stuff. And if I don't like it, that's fine. But I think I remember the '80s where there used to be an Australian mini-series on all stations once a month. Yeah, and it was great. And the renaissance of the Australian film industry. Some of my favourite films were when the Breaker Morant, which was made here, was a beautiful film, a great film. I love that film. And Newsfront, Getting of Wisdom, I saw recently, and I just thought, oh my God, I'm in love with Judy Davis all over again. And Sam Neill's not too bad either. Bloody woman. I like that we heard stories in our own accents, and I kind of think that in a way, and Australian actors now can bypass the industry here completely and just go to wherever and be a sick. And that's great. And people say how wonderful it is when you hear them with their great ear for accents, Australians. And I kind of get it. Yeah, and good on them. But there's something about seeing stories told in our dialect, in our accent about us that I think is invaluable. And I mean, everyone's going to say that. But I think, we should actually back ourselves and be big enough and ugly enough to say, OK, if that's what the public broadcasters can do now, we should encourage them to do it and make us... My problem is there seems to be a sameness about stuff. There seems to be a murder in a small town somewhere. A child goes missing and you think, not another one.
I wonder if that's why the newsreader, which you're in, has been such a success, because it's a terrific show. And I agree with everything you're saying about the ABC. I find it has been rather safe programming, and the drama choices are not always adventurous or interesting. The newsreader's an exception where you can sort of hold it up. It's sort of a show, like a lot of people say.
Hearing what I said, I thought, well, I must sound like such a punce. Well, I could do this, and I think, I sound like Ian Sinclair. This is not at all, no, not at all. No,
but because I genuinely believe audiences don't watch television patriotically. I think they just want good content.
That's fair enough.
If that's
too.
Succession or The Bear or
Yeah.
Mad Men, whatever it is. But so when a good show comes along like The Newsreader, no one's watching it patriotically. They're watching it just because it's a good show.
Well, that's because it's well written. I mean, I don't know. Is it well written? People seem to think it's well written, and I got
What's it like to work on?
It's fun. They're really lovely people. They're one of those people, the group of people that make you feel like you're working with them instead of for them. And the other thing, oh my God, I got a stutter. The other thing I like about it is it's a particular view. I've been stopped, and people are quite complimentary, like that lady at the MTC play. What happened? But the one couple stopped me and said, "We like it, but why is it so gay?"
Really?
Yeah. And I just said, well, this is not... Yeah, I don't know. It's maybe because the people who created it are gay and they're proud and they want to tell that sort of story. But I don't think it's overly gay, is it? Oh, yes, definitely. We quite like it, though. Right. But, you grow up, you can tell all sorts of stories. That's a sign of a mature... And there's always going to be people who are going to hang shit on stuff because that's what people are like. That's why we're hardwired, too. There's one thing, people get an energy out of knocking things and dragging things down. It's a sort of weird thing, no one talks about the voice referendum anymore. Like it's always like a bad Christmas. Oh, no. I went to see a play recently and it was dealt with in the play, and I nearly had to leave because I laughed so much.
Right.
And it was this play. We've had some tough times. Yeah. The referendum. And that was it.
Wow.
But I don't know, you got to be able to sort of... A healthy culture is this, I guess, but also it can be anything. It can be a fishing show that's made here. It can be a cop show, a procedural. It can be anything. And I kind of think that if we can't tell our own stories, no one's going to tell them for us. We'll just get something handed to us and say, that's your culture,
Yeah. We've got about just over 10 minutes left. So if anyone here would like to ask William a question, we have some microphones set up just in this aisle here. So if you form an orderly queue behind the microphone, and you'll get a chance to ask a question or yell out an anecdote request. I'm sure there's 100 more.
Captain Anecdote.
I've sort of just...
The superhero that turns up and doesn't do anything except...
Just before we hand over to the punters...
story.
Just to pick up sort of on what you're saying, what's beautiful about the book, and even just listening to you talk today, is that sort of really you're flying a flag for the lost art of spinning a yarn and telling a good story well told and doing the voices and all of that. And not to get all grumpy old men about it, but is there a risk of that ever being lost in the sort of with the advent of AI and young people's obsession with short form TikTok videos and stuff? Are they learning the art of spinning a yarn and crafting a story?
I don't know, actually. I've never thought of that, but I hope not.
I assume they'll learn it, and it's wrong to always think young people won't be as good as...
that's the worst thing.
But it's just the tools will be different, won't they?
Yeah, because every generation's got its own skill set and its own tendencies and fashion. But nothing changes quicker than a fashion. But when I was growing up, there was this guy called Dave Allen who used to have a show, and he
drank whiskey and smoked.
And he'd come up, and he'd just come out and he'd sit on a stool and he'd tell stories.
It's fabulous.
It was fabulous. It was a great... someone should do a show like that.
It's almost unimaginable today.
It is, isn't it?
Someone
doing that.
Someone told me, I don't know if this is true, someone told me that Dave Allen didn't drink and that the whiskey was a prop.
Yeah, he's doing the Dean Martin.
Right, yeah.
I don't know.
Now, look, we do have a queue of questioners. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chris, and thanks, William. I went to see Rob Carlton's show at Holden Street Theatre's willing participant, and I didn't know much about him apart from he was Kerry Packer on TV and he was a great actor. But I saw that he was in Blue Heelers with you, and his show was so fantastic. I thought you two must have been an absolute scream. If you
I
were
can't
working
remember that
together.
actor.
Ah,
I think he must have been a guest. No, Blue, he's Rob's. He's a great actor. I remember he did that show about was it Shandon Pictures.
Pictures,
Yeah,
very
that was beautiful. Yeah, he's terrific. Anyway, there's apparently Zara Newman's doing a one-person show in Melbourne at the moment, which is just amazing. You just realise there's so many terrific performers in Australia and storytellers that you just hope they all get a crack of it sometimes, but not large, hairy white guys like me. I'd like to sort of corner that market.
I was lucky to go through uni with Rob Carlton, who's one of the funniest people, very good at theatre sports and all of that.
Yeah,
So
he's
it's
very quick, isn't he?
it's so good to see him. He doesn't get work enough, I reckon. Next question.
Hi.
Hello.
I just have to say that I love Blue Healers. It got me through COVID, so.
Oh my
good
God,
show.
how old are
Wasn't
you?
Blue Healers pre-COVID?
I'm 20.
Gee.
Oh, you were watching the DVDs of Blue
Oh,
Healers?
no, it's on Channel 7. So, like, my dad started playing an episode, and he's like, oh, I haven't seen this in ages. And then I started watching, and I was hooked. I kept going.
Oh, yeah?
But have you got any anecdotes, any stories about Blue Healers? Because I would love to hear anything.
Well, I remember I used to write my cast members, Wednesday was rehearsal day. We'd sit in the set and you'd just block through things because it was shot very in an old-fashioned way where you'd have multicam and you'd switch it and they'd work out where they were going to do things and you'd read your fan mail. And I didn't get much fan mail. I got sort of people saying, would you like to come out shooting with me? I think, Jesus Christ. But then I started writing fan letters to other cast members, which was actually pretty funny. Like Lisa McCune said, "Wow, can you believe that the Australian Navy they write Maggie Doyle on missiles and they shoot them? Are we at war?" Yeah, this other guy, that little bloke, Damien Walsh. He came to me. He said, "Do you think I should go to the police?" I said, "Why would you do that?" He said, "Apparently, this young guy really likes my character, but he's being held captive by his uncle." And he's written to help me. He said, "I should ask you what you think, because he likes your character too." I think it was so much. It was a fun show. Like it was sort of an accident too. No one thought it was when it premiered. The Australian Open was on, and for 10 minutes you had Blue Healers. But then you had the commentary, instead of people talking, you had the sort of commentary from the Australian Tennis Open. It was so good. And I remember we were always going on sieges. Always going on sieges.
A lot of sieges.
A lot of sieges. And I was mucking around at the back. Everyone thought this is just a bit of luck and a bit of fun. I had a shotgun. And I said, "You reckon I could get my fingers down the barrel?" I don't know why you'd do that. I think it's what Ernest Hemingway thought. I shouldn't say that. And they got stuck because I got big hands. I went, "Shit, what am I going to do? I can get it out." And they said, "We got to go, we got to turn over." So I went on a siege in the background with a gun pointing towards me like that. And an actor called Martin Sachs, who was sort of super smooth, sexy ladies' man detective. And in real life, he's one of the nicest, warmest men. He's just a beautiful guy. He was laughing so much, he had to jump over a fence. He walked over the wrong fence because it was shot out in Werribee. He walked over an electric fence. It is one of the funny. It's all in the background of this shot. I mean, you could write. It was fun, and then when it started, oh God, she asked for one anecdote, and here we go.
No, go.
5 days later, and there I was. I'll tell you, I'll finish this. Me and a guy called Grant Bowler, we had police cars with stick-on magnets and all that sort of paraphernalia, and we didn't like the catering when it started. And Grant said, "Let's go get some drive-through." So we went, just drove through, and these people just be giving us all this free food, and we take it back to the crew, and people thought we were amazing. That was pretty fun. They got nipped in the bud very quickly. But we did it for about a week, and yeah, and they're back again. No, it was a lovely show, and and John Wood was very funny. John Wood would crack the shits with people. He sort of, He'd walk off. He shut his office door on the set, but it was a three-cornered office. There was in the back wall. So we'd all just go... I mean, he was a great bloke. They were all nice people, and Lisa's, they're all great. It's all funny. It's funny, you're 20, right? I've just come from Chinchilla in Queensland, Western Queensland, where there was a regional writers' do that I was out there. And it's council election times in Queensland. And I was driving around, and there's all these sort of, like, there are people on boards. And I went out to Chinchilla Weir to jump in because it was really hot. And I was coming back, and I was going through a roundabout, and I went, Jesus, he looks like me. And it was with other placards. And it was me.
Was you?
It was me, because it was saying, and it was called Schooners and Stories, Willie McGuinness at Chinchilla RSL. But it looked like a political party. Instead of the Shooters Party, it was the Schooners and Stories Party. And I went to say to someone, I said, oh, it's funny you should say that, because you look at this is on our Facebook page. It's like, is Nick Schultz standing for the Western Downs Council? Now, that's what they said, Nick Schultz, not William McGuinness, but Nick Schultz. Is he standing? Is he a resident of the Western Downs area? Right. So I actually thought that that's what happened to Nick Schultz. He got fat and he went into Chinchilla run for council. Apparently, I did very well in the vote.
You're now the town mayor.
Yeah. Shooters, Schooners and Stories.
Well, if you did have a political slogan, it could just be vote for Willie McGuinness. Yeah, nah. It's been such a pleasure. I could sit here all afternoon, and I'm sure you could too, but please give it up for William McGuinness.
You're a good man.
Do yourself a favour, if you haven't got the book or any of his others, they are for sale over there. William will be signing and taking personal requests for the shirt to stay on or off. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the festival, and thank you for being such a lovely crowd. Have a great festival.
speaks with deep and authentic truth of ordinary lives trapped in the jaws of history. Nathan lives in Jerusalem. This is his first trip to Australia. Please welcome him.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction.
So, sitting here today, I personally am struggling, and I think many of you might be too, with the events we've seen unfolding on 7th of October last year and since. The massacre of 1,200 Israeli civilians, more than 200 hostages taken, 30,000 Palestinians killed, and now the spread of starvation and disease and the prospect of anarchy. And behind each of those numbers, of course, there are real people, real lives, real families. And I think many of us are at a loss as to how to respond to this. There's so much fear, so much anger, so much hurt. It's felt almost impossible to have a sensible or rational discussion while this tragedy has been unfolding. Everyone's views have hardened, everyone's hunkered down in their own corner, and each side seems to be saying, you're either with us or you're against us. And there's no middle ground. Nathan, you wrote this book before the 7th of October last year, and since then, you've been on a book tour talking about this book all over the world. I'm wondering how you have dealt with all these feelings and what sort of a response you've had.
So, thank you first all for coming, and thanks to Louise Adler and to Debbie for hosting this conversation. You know, the book was published on October 3rd. So I had the intention of doing a 5 or 6 week long book tour with Abid Salama, and he and we went through a very lengthy process to try and get him a visa to come to the US for the first time in his life. He wouldn't have been able to get it if it weren't basically through connections that I had.
He's a Palestinian, obviously. Yep.
Yes. And at the very last moment, we got him a UK visa and a US visa, and he came with me. And we had done a few events in New York by October 7th. And Abid was basically the star of all of these events. You know, he would sit and he would tell his story, and that he would have the crowd in tears. And immediately after October 7th, in addition to all of the real horror that everyone around us was dealing with, you know, I realized that this was going to change everything for the next month of this tour. And in some ways it did, and in some ways it didn't. So there were a number of organizations that were excited to have us speak that canceled. They were just afraid to touch this issue, and basically they were afraid of any kind of, this was, you know, in the moments after October 7th, the Israeli government was putting forward the message that Hamas is ISIS. And it was, you know, difficult to convey the basic message of this book, and to help people understand what it actually feels like and is like to live in occupied West Bank and Greater Jerusalem. So on the other hand, we were in the UK, and he continued to do events there, and we had some events in the week after October 7th where people were so captivated by his story that there wasn't a single question about Gaza, to my great surprise. And the UK police shut down one of the events that we were going to have, along with many others. There were events, basically anything that had Palestinian in the title was shut down by the UK police that week. But, you know, it was a very, very difficult moment. I think we're still in that moment. And, you know, there were a few people who were just simply saying war crimes should be condemned no matter who commits them. And it shouldn't be a controversial position, but it felt like one in those first weeks after October 7th.
Do you think it's, in one way, the worst time, but actually, in another way, the best time to be talking about a book like this?
Yes, I do. I mean, the thing is that, there's so much focus on Gaza right now, and this book is about the West Bank, so everybody thinks, oh, well, it's a different story. And it is different. There are differences, but there are great similarities between the basic Israeli approach to Gaza and the approach to the town in which Abed lives, to constrict the Palestinian population into a small enclave, to wall it off and separate it from the surrounding Jewish communities, and leave it in a state of utter neglect with disastrous consequences. But on a deeper level, one of my frustrations over the years working on this issue, working for the International Crisis Group, where my job was to talk to policymakers and politicians and diplomats, it was that the world really only paid attention to Israel-Palestine when there was something like a war in Gaza.
A catastrophe.
A catastrophe. And when the catastrophe would happen, more or less, the great powers would call for a restoration of calm. That was the theme. And I grew incredibly frustrated with several cycles of this where we get nowhere and no one is actually attempting to address the system of control that exists during that period of calm, and that as long as it does continue to exist will result in more and more catastrophes. So the book was an attempt to not to focus on a war or some exceptional situation, but to show what daily life is like, what the calm actually looks like that the world is calling to restore, and how unacceptable it is, and how we, if we really want to be serious about avoiding future Gaza wars, future October 7th attacks, then we need to address the system that's described in this book, the system that is going to exist after this Gaza war is over, and that continues to keep Abed locked in.
We will talk about the details of the book, but one thing I find quite fascinating that you just alluded to is your own journey, and the fact that, so for a decade you work at a think tank, you write these sort of highly complex policy documents which go to the movers and shakers, those in power, and then you decide you're going to write a book, you're going to tell the same story using narrative and people's stories. What was that process like? What were you thinking there?
So there are two elements to it. I mean, one was very pragmatic or instrumental, which was that I felt that it was basically not a good use of my limited time on this planet to continue to talk to diplomats and journalists and policymakers, because even if they were convinced, they made very clear to me that they weren't going to change in a real way, only at the margins, but in a real way they weren't going to change, what is basically a policy of supporting the status quo, of supporting the system of transparent injustice. And so my aim in this instrumental sense was to reach a broader audience, and I knew that the only way to do that was through storytelling and to really put people viscerally into the shoes of the people experiencing the system. And there is an abundance of NGO reports about the permit system and about the checkpoints and about all kinds of aspects of this very elaborate system of control. But, most people aren't going to read those, and even if you do read those, they leave you with a different kind of impression than watching a human being navigate through those systems and what it actually means to have that system control every aspect of your life, including the most intimate ones. including for Abed at one point the marriage partner that he chooses, even just to retain his higher paying job in Jerusalem. He married someone who had the right color ID card, which would permit him to keep his job at a time when many of his coworkers with his color ID were losing them. So that was the kind of instrumental reason. And the other was just, kind of boredom with writing essays and argumentative pieces, and really a desire to do a different kind of writing.
Well, you've certainly done that. Let's talk about the event that you focus on in the book, this bus accident, why you chose it, how you came to it, how you came to meet Abed Salama. Tell us about that.
Yeah. So I live in Jerusalem. I live just outside the walls of the old city. And the book tells the story of a tragic bus accident involving a group of kindergartners, most of whom are residents of Jerusalem. But they live on the other side of a 26-foot tall concrete wall, and they're entirely enclosed in this community that Abed lives in, a community of Anata and the Shuafat refugee camp. And it's about 130,000 people living in this walled-off enclave. It has this gray concrete wall on three sides. A fourth side has a different kind of wall. There's a segregated road that's much covered in the press, known as, it's called Route 4370, but in the press it's referred to as the Apartheid Road because it has traffic for Israelis on one side, Palestinians on the other, and a giant wall running through the middle of it. So you have 130,000 people confined in this small area without a single ATM, without sidewalks, without playgrounds, with a shortage of classrooms. And the parents who live in this community face all kinds of difficult life choices. They have to decide whether to send their kids through a checkpoint every day and confront soldiers, which can be dangerous, or to send them to the grossly inadequate school system that exists within the walls. And many of the parents chose a different option, which was, if those who could afford it, was to pay for this private school that was not within the municipal boundary of Jerusalem, but within this enclave. So this enclave, basically half of it is within the municipal boundary of Jerusalem, what Israel annexed in 1967. And half of it is the unannexed part of the West Bank. But if you're inside this enclave, you cannot tell what part is formally within the state of Israel as far as Israel is concerned and what part is not. It's just one area of utter neglect. And it sits, just beneath the campus of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. I mean, you're standing on the beautiful manicured grounds of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, and you look down and you see the walls surrounding this enclave. You see the apartment towers inside the enclave. You see the checkpoint with lines of people waiting to come in and out. And, I passed by this community on a almost daily basis and really didn't pay it much mind at all. I mean, it sounds like an insane landscape to live in, and it is, but you become accustomed to things so quickly. And when this accident happened, it was about a year after I had moved with my weeks-old daughter and wife to Jerusalem. And it was an enormous tragedy for the Palestinians, and 3 days of national mourning were called.
This is more than a decade ago,
this was in February 2012.
Not that much has changed.
And so I was just moved by the story of these people who, as a result of this terrible neglect, suffered immensely on this day, and how this accident really exemplified this policy of just wall them off and ignore them. I mean, this is an area that municipal services are barely provided, even though people are paying municipal taxes. And even emergency services will not go in without a police escort or army escort. And so, this isn't the only tragedy that was made much worse by this gross neglect, but it was symbolic, and I also felt that it encapsulated so much of the history of Israel-Palestine. The heart of the settlement project is the Greater Jerusalem area. It's the number one priority for Israel. It's the part that Israel has formally annexed. There's all this debate about annexation that's been happening in the last several years. Israel claimed it was about to annex much more a couple of years ago. And so this location was also just very appealing to me because it contained the whole story of the occupation.
And the story that Nathan tells is one day, the day of this bus accident, which is carrying a group of kindergarten children to go on an excursion to a park, which they have to go on in a bus because there are no parks they could actually use inside this area. And when that accident occurs, as Nathan will tell you, 5 children and their teacher are killed. The bus catches on fire. I just wanted to sort of reflect on what you were just saying, and it might sound from what you said that this area is unique. And while it is a kind of example and it is near Jerusalem, it's not actually that unique. And I think you've all seen from the news, you often see a settlement on one hill, a Palestinian village on the one opposite it. There is this patchwork. And this, in fact, is Area C. This is Israel, isn't it? So that affects how part of it is Israel. So that affects who can go into it. So tell us about Abed Salama and what happened that day.
So, the book is called A Day in the Life of Abed Salama, but it's about the entire life story of Abed Salama. And so while we follow him on the day of the crash and his search to find his son, we also learn about his growing up in one of the most prominent and largest families in the town of Anata. His early loves and romances.
There's a Romeo and Juliet sort of story in there. Yeah.
And his political activism. He became a leader of a left-wing faction, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine. At a very young age, he was just fresh out of high school when the first Intifada broke out. And he was arrested for his activism. He was tortured. He was in a Israeli prison in the Negev desert, and the story, the spine of the book though is the day of this crash, and Abed heard the news that there was an accident that morning. He had been asleep in bed when his son went off on this trip that he was very excited for, begged to go on. And he raced to the accident site. He still didn't know for sure that it was it was from his son's school. He knew his son's school had gone on this trip and that there was an accident involving a bus on the route that he would have taken. And he rushed to the site, and there was a huge traffic pileup, and the army was controlling which way cars were going and not letting cars get to the accident site. So he got out of his cousin's car and ran toward the accident site. He flagged down an Israeli jeep and asked them in Hebrew if they would give him a lift up the road. He said, "My son is on the bus." And they refused, and then he started, racing as fast as he could to the accident site. And when he got there, there was an enormous crowd. He couldn't see the bus at first, which was now just the shell of a bus. And to his astonishment, there were no kids there. They were all gone already. And he asked people in the crowd, "Where are the children?" And everybody was giving him different answers. They said they're at the Hadassah Hospital on Mount Scopus in East Jerusalem. They're at the Hadassah Hospital in En Kerem in West Jerusalem. They're at the Ramallah Hospital. They're at the IDF military base just a minute up the road. And Abed himself has a green West Bank ID, which prohibits him from entering Jerusalem. So he couldn't go and check for his son at most of these places. He certainly couldn't go to the IDF military base, and he couldn't get to the hospitals in East or West Jerusalem. And so he went to the most plausible place that he could access, which was the Ramallah Hospital, and he started to search through the hospital. Through many of the children were at the Ramallah Hospital, and he saw many parents reuniting with their children after the crash, and he couldn't find his son. And he was told all kinds of different stories about, that his son wasn't even on the bus, that they had a passenger list, and so he was on a second bus. He called on relatives to search, relatives who had a blue ID that permitted them to enter Jerusalem. He called on them to search for his son in the Jerusalem hospitals. They couldn't find him either. And it was more than 24 hours later before he found out the fate of his son.
So what you get is this terrible, agonizing picture of what is essentially the most boring of bureaucracy, and how it controls people's lives and how it makes him powerless as a parent. You also look at, and the backstory of Abed is fascinating and does tell, one history. There's many histories in this region. You also tell us about other people who come to the crash in different roles, including Israelis, one who comes as a paramedic, and one person who actually was involved in mapping out the path of the security wall. Tell us about those and why you included those people and how that came about, what they added to this, sorry.
Yeah. So, it was my ambition from the beginning to tell really the whole story of Israel-Palestine through this crash. And so it was very important to me that there would be both Jewish and Palestinian characters. And, one of the first Israelis to reach the accident site was a paramedic who was a settler born in Russia, came as a child with his family to Israel, and he, had been volunteering as a paramedic since he was a teenager, and himself was traumatized by what he had seen in the 1990s with suicide bombings on buses, and when he saw this carcass of a bus, it's immediately what came to his mind, and he looked at the bus. He came too late. By the time the Israelis had arrived, the Israeli fire trucks didn't arrive until more than a half hour after the accident, and almost all of the children had been taken off by private cars, just people who came upon this burning bus and pulled over on the side of the road, and this is a road that's used almost entirely by Palestinians. So they took these kids who were covered in soot and put them in the back seats of their car and raced off in different directions. And the people who live in this area themselves have different colored IDs. They have either green IDs that don't permit them to enter Jerusalem, or they have blue IDs that do permit them to enter Jerusalem. So depending on what ID card the driver happened to have, they would go off in different directions. And of course, the preference would be to go to a Jerusalem hospital, which are superior and very close by, if you're able to cross the checkpoint. So it was important for me to tell the story through the eyes of the Jewish characters who encountered this crash as well. This paramedic, Eldad, was deeply moved by what he saw. He wept on that day. He gave a TV interview. His wife was pregnant at home and saw him on TV, said she had never seen him look so lost. And the other Jewish character that you mentioned is an IDF colonel, Danny Tirza, who was responsible with creating the wall and the route of the wall. And he was a mapping expert. He was a real territorial expert. And in all of the negotiations during Oslo, he was always present to put forward the Israeli position in maps. And in fact, he is largely responsible for the way the West Bank and Gaza look today. I mean, he created what is known as Area A and B and C. This is the Oslo era division of the West Bank into roughly 62% full Israeli security and administrative control. So this is a big contiguous sea where all the Israeli settlements are, save for those that have already been annexed, that are in annexed East Jerusalem. And within that sea, that 62% of the majority of the land of the West Bank, are little islands of varying degrees of Palestinian autonomy. And it's limited autonomy. I mean, even in the places with the fullest autonomy, the city centers of Ramallah and Jenin and Nablus, those areas known as Area A, the Israeli army enters, every week, often every night, and the Palestinian security forces that are ostensibly in charge of these areas just retreat and sit in their stations when Israel makes an incursion. So Danny was responsible for mapping out the entire landscape of the West Bank today. This was supposed to be a temporary arrangement for a limited period of 5 years. And it lasts and lasts until today. There's much talk of the death of Oslo, but the system that was created then is the system that governs the lives of millions of Palestinians today. And Danny himself is a settler. He lives, in fact, on a settlement, Kfar Adumim, that is one of several settlements that's built on the land of Anata, of Abed's town. And so Abed, his family owns land in Anata that has been taken over for a major Israeli military base, the Anatot base, just across from this segregated road. Danny considers himself to be a peacemaker. He was involved in all of these negotiations. He genuinely wants there to be peace. If you ask me, the terms on which he wants that peace are both unfair and highly unrealistic, but in his own mind, he is a peacemaker, and he's trying to do his best to reduce the friction of the occupation, to make it lighter for Israel and for Palestinians as well, in his telling.
It's interesting, apart from just imagine that horrific scene of children burnt in a bus and no one there to help except for the passers-by who don't really know what to do or whose children these are or where to take them, which makes us all sort of pause. This is not an easy book to read, can I say? You need to keep stopping, but it's definitely worth it. And I was just thinking when you said that about the trauma of the Israeli paramedic, and then there's the trauma of all the characters, all the people here on both sides. And those of you who've been to Israel or have families there, I think you'll understand this. It's actually a very small place. And so whenever anything happens, it's like ripples in a pond, and whatever happens sort of shakes everyone because they've already been shaken so many times before. Don't you think? It's kind of like, so the whole country is very raw all the time,
yes.
I think. Anyway, we thought that it would be great if Nathan could read a little bit from the book, and you're going to read a bit that talks about two of the people at the scene, Huda, who's a Palestinian doctor, and Salem, who is a bystander who becomes a bit of a heroic rescuer. So I'll let Nathan read that.
The one other character who is mentioned in this passage is named Ula, and she, along with Salem, was another heroic rescuer. She was a teacher of this class who was on the bus. And I should say, it doesn't come up here, but Huda takes up a large portion of the book. She's a doctor and a mother, and we learn through her story really the whole story of Palestinian exile, of Palestinian expulsion. Her family was forced to flee Haifa in 1948, and she was one of few refugees who, because she was married to a Palestinian diplomat, was permitted to return to the occupied territories in the 1990s. There was a limited window where that was allowed for a number of people, and she was one of them. And through her story, to speak of tragedy, we learn what it is for a mother to raise boys in this environment where they're harassed regularly by soldiers outside their school. And she lives in terror, knowing that one night the soldiers are going to come, as they did at 1:30 in the morning, and bang on the door and tell her, "We've come for Hadi," her adolescent son. And they take her son, and they refuse to tell her what he's being charged with, where they're taking him. She spends over a week just trying to find the detention facility where her son is located, and this happens every week throughout the West Bank. And Huda is an example of this trauma of every parent living in utter fear that this could be the night where I'm powerless to protect my own children against this army that's going to come and take them.
Just before you read, I was going to ask you about that after the reading. The story of Huda, so her 16-year-old boy, anyone who's had a 16-year-old boy, one day he goes and throws a stone at some soldiers, and he ends up in prison. And actually the quote is, you say, or the book says, Huda says it was the worst year and a half of her life, and how it opened her eyes to a hidden universe of suffering that touched nearly every Palestinian home. And then you tell us, 40% of all men and boys, all Palestinian men and boys, have been imprisoned at one time or another since the occupation began. 40%. And there's a thought, I think this is also from Huda, I'm not sure if it's Huda or you don't really have an author's voice here. The damage wasn't only to the affected families, each one of them grieving lost years and lost childhoods. It was to the whole society, to every mother, father and grandparent, all of whom knew or would come to learn that they were powerless to protect their children.
Thank you. So this is a portion where Huda is at the scene of the accident. She helped to rescue many of the children from the burning bus. This is near the end of the rescue. Nearly 20 minutes had passed since Huda and her staff had come upon the burning bus. Flames and smoke were still pouring from the smashed windows. Huda's driver, Abu Faraj, was directing traffic, keeping an open path for the evacuees and telling drivers of oncoming cars to turn back. The crowd had grown so large that Huda could no longer see the driver and the teacher she and Salem had pulled from the front of the bus. She was focused on the children, gently carrying them with one of the UN nurses to the cars that had stopped at the accident site. Many of the drivers had volunteered to transport the burn victims and stood ready to race to the nearest accessible hospital, which, for most of them, was in Ramallah. The hospitals in Jerusalem were far better, but only those with blue IDs could reach them. A few of the drivers did have blue IDs, and some took off in the direction of Hadassah Hospital at Mount Scopus in Jerusalem. The majority, those with green IDs, went in the opposite direction, along the flooded road to Ramallah. Nearly all the children had been brought off the bus when Salem, who had by now gone in and out of the flames several times, saw that Ula, the teacher and his partner in the rescue, was trapped beneath a front seat and her leg was burning. But by the time he got to her, it was too late. She was gone. He carried Ula from the bus and placed her on the ground. Her nephew, Sadi, watched in the rain while a man covered her with his coat. In all of this, Salem had felt nothing, not even as someone in the crowd grabbed at his arm and pinched him. One of Huda's nurses yelled to him that his jacket was on fire. He shouted back that it was not. The nurse put it out as he went to climb back into the bus. The few children still inside were no longer alive. The last boy Salim pulled out was facing down, crouched behind the frame of a seat. He was still wearing a backpack, which Salim held to pick the boy up. Stepping out of the bus for the final time, Salim broke out weeping, shouting that he should have saved more. Somehow, not a hair on his head was burned. Abu Faraj stood unmoving, in shock, as if mesmerized by the flames. Huda turned to the nurse beside her and saw that her face was black and streaked by rain. She realized she must look the same. They were soaked and bone-weary, and there was nothing more for them to do. When a Palestinian ambulance finally arrived, most of the injured children had already been evacuated. Huda didn't even notice it. The bus was still crackling with flames, and there was much shouting and commotion. Not a single firefighter, police officer, or soldier had come. Huda wanted to follow the children. She found her team, and they returned to the UNRWA van. Nida, the pregnant pharmacist, was still inside, inconsolable. Abu Faraj started dropping off everyone at home, as Huda called round and confirmed that most of the children were in Ramallah. Then she phoned her UNRWA supervisor. He didn't understand the magnitude of the accident and demanded that the team turn around and go to Khan al-Ahmar, or he would cut their pay. Huda refused and said he should cut just her salary, no one else's. After stopping for a quick shower, Huda set off for the hospital, taking the clinic's social worker with her. When they got there, word spread that Huda had been at the crash. A great many parents and other relatives sought her out, asking whether she had seen a boy with a Spider-Man backpack, a girl with her hair in yellow ribbons. Huda told them all the same thing. The children had been covered in soot, and she couldn't tell what they were wearing. Going from room to room, Huda checked on the injured children, soothing them. Since leaving the bus, she had felt something nagging at her. She was sure the kindergartners had been silent, at least early in their ordeal. Now, at the bed of one girl, Huda asked her why that was, why she had heard no sound. "We were so scared," the girl said. "When we saw the flames, we thought we had died. We thought we were in hell."
And Salem, too, becomes another victim of this accident in a different and heartbreaking way.
Yes. Salim was just a bystander. He lived in the nearby town just next to where the accident took place, and he had a small little shop where he fixed car tires right at the edge of the checkpoint into Jerusalem on the West Bank side, the Hizma checkpoint. And he had many, many settler customers. He knew settlers in the area quite well. He was on his way that morning to work when he came upon the burning bus, and he was really, together with Ula, they were the only ones who actually entered this burning bus and kept going back into it after rescuing several children at a time. Salim, had basically a mental breakdown at the end of all of this, and he started to scream at anyone in uniform, whether Palestinian or Israeli, who he saw, and started shouting at them and telling them, "You killed these children. You took far too long to come, and you are responsible for their deaths." And he refused to stop shouting it. And a group of Israeli soldiers came up to him and tried to shut him up. And they beat him. And he was beaten so badly, he was taken to the hospital. This is at the scene of the accident. And spent 10 days in the Ramallah hospital, recovering from his wounds. And by the time it will be Hamas de facto control of Gaza, whether there's a fig leaf of some other kind of government or not, Hamas would be the de facto power, or Israeli occupation with direct administration. So I think those are really the realistic options, and probably it would go toward Hamas de facto control because Israel regards it as too costly to continue to occupy it. That's why they left in the first place. But in terms of the greater system, I do think that status quo is very robust. And you alluded to my first book. I mean, what Israel's policy is, it's rational. That's the problem, is nobody has created a rational path for them to say, actually, two states would be, less costly for us, would be the better option. The attitude of all of these U.S. administrations has always been, okay, there are some Israelis who are, religiously committed to controlling all the land at any cost, but they're not the majority of Israelis. Maybe in the future they will be, but today they're not. And if you ask, if for the majority of Israelis, if you really forced a choice, you put a gun to Israel's head and you said, give the Palestinians sovereignty or citizenship, those are your choices, then most Israelis would choose to give them sovereignty, because the bottom line is they want to have a Jewish demographic majority. They do not want refugees to return, and they don't want to allow people of the West Bank and Gaza to rent apartments in Tel Aviv, and they want Israel to be a Jewish place demographically, at least. And the issue is that, past U.S. administrations have said to themselves, well, because that's what Israel would choose, then that's obviously, in the long run, they're going to have to choose it. And so, it's just a matter of bringing the parties together and having the negotiation, and this is clearly in their rational self-interest. But what that analysis neglects is that that choice has never really been forced on Israel. And in fact, all along, there's been a third option, which is I won't do either one, neither citizenship nor sovereignty. And we will continue to control millions of people. There are 7 million Jews, 7 million Palestinians under Israeli control. Israel's the sole sovereign between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. And it's 7 million Jews, 7 million Palestinians. The vast majority of those Palestinians are living without basic civil rights. And the whole world agrees to say, well, there's a democratic Israel, and there's a temporary, more than half a century old, but temporary occupation that's rather unfortunate, and we need to resolve it. And so long as everybody agrees to that kind of a framework and to that conception, there isn't any real pressure on them to give citizenship or sovereignty. It's a temporary occupation. It's unfortunate. The world will wag their finger, and but Israel's dealt with this. Look back at the headlines from the invasion of Lebanon in the 1980s, in 1982. I mean, there was much talk then about how Israel can't continue in this way. It's losing its allies. It's losing global public opinion.
And of course, as I was saying in the beginning, and this is the worst possible time to think about rational decision making. And I mean, I think everyone feels frightened, and I'm sure for Israelis, and let's face it, for Jewish people all over the world, it feels as though life has been made less safe by these events. I want to do what you do, which is turn to the microcosm and say to you, you live in Jerusalem, you have 3 small daughters. What do you worry about? Do you worry about the future that you're asking them to live in? Do you think it may come to a point where that is just too dangerous?
I do think about that. I've thought about that really for the first time since October 7th. I know that many Israelis, the entire idea of Israel is, for secular Israelis, is Israel as a safe haven. And it clearly doesn't look like one right now. And yeah, for the first time in my life, this is my life's work, and I'm committed to it, and I want to continue to work on it. But I do wonder, at what point is it immoral for me to sacrifice my daughter's future to my quixotic ideology?
And of course, since you wrote this book, Abed Salama has become a friend. And I'm just wondering briefly, and we are nearly at the end of the session, how life has been for him and what he makes of these events.
It's been very difficult for Abed and for the people of the West Bank. The atmosphere in the West Bank now is really reminiscent of the Second Intifada. There are more restrictions on movement now than there have ever been. I asked Abed recently, I saw him just a week ago, and I said, would you say this is the worst the restrictions on movement have been since the Second Intifada? And he said, no, the worst in my life. And every Palestinian I've asked has said that. People are choked, and every Palestinian family depends on jobs in Israel and the settlements for their income. These are much higher paying jobs. It's the largest source of employment for Palestinians in the West Bank. And all of those jobs, save for a very small number, have disappeared. And so people are choked economically, and they're being killed in much higher numbers, and there's a spike in settler violence, and there's a spike in forced displacement. So it feels very, very bleak, such that Abed felt he couldn't continue with me, and he cut our tour short and went back to be with his family.
How real is your fear that this war could spread further?
I think it's a very real risk.
Sorry to end on this note, which it is near the end, but
No, I think that it's a very, very real risk that there will be a war in the north, and Israel has repeatedly, over and over again, they have not backed down from this statement that either Hezbollah's forces are going to move 20 kilometers north of the border and leave this area free of them, or we're forcibly going to move them. But our residents of the north are not going back to their homes. There are roughly 100,000 who are asked to leave their homes in the north. There's a huge number of internally displaced people in Israel right now. And the army is saying that they're not going to tell these people to go back until either through diplomacy or through arms, they're going to push Hezbollah back.
what's your fear, if that does happen?
It will be much, much more devastating than the current war, because the capabilities of Hezbollah are so much greater. And so Israel will use more force, and Hezbollah will use much more force, and they have the capability to rain down real destruction on the center of Israel.
I'm sorry, that was very bad planning. I shouldn't have ended on that note. But look, I want to thank you, Nathan. Thank you for your book. Thank you for coming all the way here to talk to us about it. Thank you all for coming. And thank you for showing us that it is actually possible to have a sensible and constructive discussion at this time. And thank you for showing us the value of books and writers and ideas. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Thank you.
And I will say, Nathan, of course, will be signing copies of his book at the book tent, and I really urge you all to buy it. Thanks for coming.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. More housekeeping as the sun drifts slowly towards the west and day 3 draws to a close. We would like to remind you of a few major bits of housekeeping. Firstly, as has been said before, please do not move the chairs. I'm surprised I have to keep saying this because most of you have been here for a while, but it's fairly obvious I do because chairs are still being moved away from where they've been positioned. The reason I ask this is firstly that the areas where the chairs are placed are the areas where we've designed the sound to cover, and we have designed a buffer zone between the east and west stages. If you move chairs into that buffer zone, it makes it A, difficult for you to hear, and B, difficult for us to have the buffer zone for audio spilling from stage to stage. Would also ask that you be aware of the people around you and be kind.
literary themes of, and this is in the words of Bob Comet, the central character of Patrick's book, loss, death, heartbreak, and abject alienation. And seeing as I've brought up your Bob book, Patrick, I'm going to start with you. Patrick is a Canadian novelist and screenwriter now living in Portland, Oregon. His first book, Ablutions, was a New York Times editor's choice, and his second book, The Sisters Brothers, a hallucinatory Western, was shortlisted for the Man Booker Prize in 2011. It has been adapted for film, as has his comedy of manners, French Exit. In between French Exit and his latest book, Patrick offered us the fantastical and elegant Under Major Domo Minor. I learnt on Saturday that he's also writing a television series. Welcome, Patrick.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
While we're with you, Patrick, are you able to sum up The Librarianist in one or two sentences?
This was the homework you gave us, and it didn't occur to me to actually think it through, so I know that I can, but it's not going to be very eloquent, I fear. It's the story of Bob Comet, who is a retired librarian, and we go back in time through his helping out at a senior center. He goes back in time, and we learn about his young adulthood and his childhood, and he sort of digests the significant experiences from those eras through the lens of the contemporary moment.
Mm-hmm. You did it.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Eliza Clark, down the end, is from Newcastle and lives in London. In 2018, she received a grant from New Writing North's Young Writers Talent Fund. Her debut novel, The Electrifying Boy Parts, which turns the idea of the male gaze on its head, explodes it actually, was released in 2023 to critical acclaim. In 2022, Eliza was chosen as a finalist for the Women's Prize Futures Award for Writers Under 35. And in 2023, Eliza was selected as one of Granta's Best of the Young British Novelists. Welcome, Eliza. It's your turn to do your homework. The one-sentence wrap-up of Penance.
Penance is my second novel, and I'm stalling. Penance is my second novel. It is the story of a teenage girl who is violently murdered by 3 other teenage girls, told in the style of a fake true crime novel. So it's fake, I made it up, but it's in the style of a true crime novel.
Thank you. And we'll be unpacking that more as we go. Jonathan Lethem is the best-selling author of 12 novels, including the science fiction-esque Girl in a Landscape, the post-apocalyptic The Arrest, the desert-inspired The Feral Detective, and the 2 Brooklyn-set The Fortress of Solitude and Motherless Brooklyn, both compliments to his latest Brooklyn crime novel, in my view. Motherless Brooklyn has been adapted for the screen. He is also an essayist, reviewer, and music critic. Check out his 33 1/3 essay on Talking Heads' Fear of Music. Jonathan came of age in Brooklyn, but currently resides in California, where he teaches creative writing at Pomona College. Welcome, Jonathan.
Okay, I know my job. So, yes, I write a lot of other kinds of books, but I sometimes go to Brooklyn, and when I do, I try to drill deep into the substrate of memory and the sense of conflict that I experienced, and conflict and amazement that I experienced growing up in such a contradictory place. Brooklyn crime novel is my deepest dive into the substrate to this point.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Thank you. Okay, we're all introduced, so we'll get started. This is going to work a bit like a tarot reading, a game of chance. So, Patrick.
Yes.
What do you choose first, sex, love, or death?
Sex.
Sex. Okay, I'm glad you picked that. Okay, I'm going to read some of your own words to you.
Okay.
In this scene, Bob is having a coffee with his best friend and womanizer, Ethan. in a diner, and Bob has just admitted that he's fallen in love with Connie, and this is the woman who's later going to become his wife. But at this point, he's very nervous about the idea of being intimate with her. And these words are from Sally, the waitress of the diner, and she looks hard into Bob's eyes, and she says, "Even the unsoiled and snow-white dove wants to get nailed to the wall every now and then." Bob is shocked, and Ethan, his best friend, agrees. So I'm wondering, could you tell us about Ethan? How did Bob and Ethan meet, and what did you want to show in putting those two sort of unlikely friends together?
There's any number of reasons for Ethan's appearance in the book. I wanted Bob to have a less complicated friendship than some of the others he's had in his life, a closer friendship, a male friendship, you know. This was critical. I intentionally drew them as opposites of the spectrum. So whereas Bob is perhaps overly gentlemanly and demure and shy, Ethan's kind of a pig and unrepentant and much more sociable and socialized than Bob is. And they're sort of a mutual fascination society. And Bob enjoys being, and I enjoyed being, putting Bob in the spotlight in a sense. Ethan has aspirations of, intellectual aspirations, and Bob is already there insofar as he's a deep reader and a profound thinker. And Bob, in contrast, is fascinated by Ethan's exploits. And the scene preceding this, Bob is spending the night on Ethan's couch because he's had too much to drink. And Ethan has a female visitor, and they have intercourse. And Bob doesn't understand the volume, the exuberancy. He can't fathom what's going on in this room. And so he's fascinated with Ethan for reasons like that, and Ethan's fascinated with Bob for perhaps more tender or wholesome reasons. But together they make, I think, an interesting pair.
It's a wonderful story about how they meet. Can you just briefly tell us that?
Yeah.
So Ethan turns up at is parked in a car at the front of the library.
Yeah, Ethan's a librarian. He comes to work in the morning, which is his...
Bob's the librarian.
Bob's librarian, thank you. I wrote the book, I remember. Bob comes to work one morning, and he savors his early mornings at the library where it's 5:30 in the morning, he's setting up, nobody's there but him. He smokes his cigarette and he reads the paper before he puts it on the long library stick. And this is all, it's like a religion for Bob. And one morning this is interrupted by a car parked sort of at a askew angle in the parking lot, and within the car is a body which he thinks for a moment is a corpse, but it's actually Ethan, who has slept in the car. And he's sleeping in the car because across the street, a man who is a cuckold, thanks to Ethan, has broken into Ethan's apartment with a gun and is waiting there to murder Ethan. Ethan recognizes that there's a man in his apartment and knows who it is and decides to spend the night in his car rather than go home. So Bob is fascinated by the situation, invites him into the library, and this is the beginning of their friendship.
Mm-hmm. I told you there was death in your book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
For Bob, sex and desire is in some ways tied up with betrayal. First, his mother's hidden love affair with her employee, and then the great betrayal by Ethan. Do you think this is why, like going back to the mother, Bob is so uncomfortable with intimacy, or is it just a character trait?
I think it's just who he is. He references the idea that his love for Connie comes before his desire, and love for him is somewhat, he puts her on a pedestal. And his idea of sex is so sort of, he's just so chaste that the idea of doing that with her feels wrong to him in some way. It's an immaturity, really, and it's something that he gets over. Mm-hmm. But his idea of sex is that it is something that you perhaps would never do with somebody you truly loved, right? Mm-hmm. He's a slow learner, basically, Bob. Mm-hmm. And as I say, he gets over it, and they do.
They do.
They do.
They do. Okay, thank you, Patrick.
Yeah.
I'm going to move to you, Eliza. This is your sex question.
Okay.
What does wank mean?
I believe that refers to masturbation.
No, I'm talking about.
Oh, like fandom wank.
Yeah, fandom
Oh,
wank.
right. Okay, that's when people argue on the internet about specific like niche fandom stuff. So let's all cast our minds back to like 2005 or whatever. Let's say you're using a Yahoo message or messaging service or whatever, message board to talk about how your favorite Harry Potter ship is Harry and Ginny, and then you get into a massive fight with somebody who really likes Harry and Draco together, and that would be fandom wank. Usually it's usually when it like blows up to like a big scale and people start reporting on it would be what fandom wank is.
I had to look it up, but you do helpfully. There's a lot of sort of subculture lexicon in your book, and you do footnote as well, which was helpful. In Penance, there isn't a lot of sex, but there's murder, revenge, violence, hauntings, ghost stories, fabrications, internet subcultures, and young, bored teenagers turning on each other. There's a lot of death. But your debut novel, Boy Parts, is about a young woman who takes explicit photographs of young men and explores taboos around consent, desire, and obsession. And I feel like some of the issues you were exploring in that book comes into play in Penance, particularly questions to do around titillation. So in Boy Parts, the focus was on the ethics of consent in pornography. But in this book, you're examining the ethics of the true crime industry. Can you talk about your experience of writing into this second book on the wave of such phenomenal success with Boy Parts? And from your perspective, was that first book sort of an underpinning to what you were going to explore in this book, or are they separate beings?
Yeah, I probably think of them as quite separate. I think Boy Parts is very much a first novel in that it's almost like my default setting of things that I like to write about, which is like, I guess, sex and power, and at the time, because I'm a failed artist, photography theory. So it was a bit of a just mash of the things that I was interested in at the time, and I think it makes sense when you write your first book, you just kind of chuck the things that you're most immediately interested in at the wall. With Penance, I had no idea what I was doing with it for a really long time. So I think they feel quite separate to me because I didn't like bounce into Penance straight off of Boy Parts. It was a bit more of a like long, slow thing, and I feel like the sort of true crimey, I guess the sort of more satirical and critical elements of it didn't come in until a little bit later, until I was thinking a lot more about the research I was doing and the kind of stuff that I was consuming, and it was also really helpful when I found the narrator's voice as well, because so Penance is written by me, but also by a man that I made up who sort of serves as the narrator of the book, who's like a sort of hack British tabloid journalist. And initially I hadn't quite decided who was writing it, and I was trying to write it in quite a neutral voice, but I think once I found that voice, I found it a bit easier to be a bit more like self-righteous about true crime, and to be a bit more kind of I don't know, I guess a bit more critical when I'm quite ambivalent about it. But I think that issue of kind of voyeurism and titillation, I suppose, sits across both books, and the idea of I guess repeatedly consuming extreme imagery and narratives, and how that kind of affects the way you think about the world and how that affects the way you think about other people.
Yes. Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned the narrating voice, who is this journalist who is trying to sort of get his career back on track, isn't he? Because he's had some failed or books that didn't do that well, and he says that he wants to find something to write about that is extremely depraved and grotesque. So already there's sort of those ethics of, these are people's lives. He ingratiates himself to the families of the victims and the perpetrators in sort of quite insidious ways. But did it take you, you said that it was when you landed on that voice, it sort of fell into place. Did you wrestle for a while with how to narrate this book?
Yeah, I think because initially I was reading, for the research that I was doing, I was reading a lot of like high quality true crime that was written by people who I think genuinely cared about the cases that they were covering. So I was aping a lot of like Brian Masters and the way he would structure his books. And there is a book that I read called The People Who Eat Darkness by Richard Lloyd Parry, and both of these are kind of examples of journalists who I felt like were very like genuinely invested in the cases and genuinely invested in the truth as well. And I was finding that when I was trying to write in this sort of neutral and genuinely invested voice, it ended up sounding like there were a few times where I just read it back and I just thought, like, God, what a prick, what a self-righteous prick. And I think once I leaned into God, what a self-righteous prick, it was a lot easier to work with.
Yeah, thank you. Jonathan, it's your turn. This is maybe a bit of a leap for the sex heading, but can you talk to us about the dance, the proximity of boys' bodies with each other? Yours is another book that has very specific sort of lexicon. The role of perhaps the character C plays in the lives of the Dean Street white boys. You might need to tell us who the Dean Street boys are first, but I guess my question is about the dance, explaining the dance.
Yeah. So Dean Street, which is where I grew up, is also a fictional street because I keep writing about it. And in this conjuration of the lives of these boys who get called collectively over and over again in the book, just the Dean Street boys. And a few of them individuate, but you have the sense of a kind of a group mind and a collective experience that they're having, where sometimes things happen to one of them and then they get mixed up and they think it happened to another one of them. One of the things that happens on this street among all the, well, not just the boys, it happens to all the children in Brooklyn at this time, is a thing with no name. And I keep trying to give it a name. In my much, much earlier attack on Dean Street as a fiction, a piece of my own invention, I called it yoking. And yoking is something that's like a mugging, but it's both quite a lot less because the stakes don't matter to most anyone. When children mug other children, it seems sort of, maybe it's just bullying, or maybe it's just a kind of a weird form of hostility. And if 50 cents is stolen, is that really consequential? But on the other hand, it was quite a lot more than a mugging because it carried with it this sort of unspoken burden of all kinds of feelings and apprehensions and anxieties and desires that couldn't be given names. And this is in a very racially mixed and very class-mixed, diverse, chaotic, gentrifying place. And these rituals, these enactments, went unnamed for these children for years and years and years. And they all struggled to figure out what it was that happened to them. Well, among the things in the struggle that was the hardest to name, and in some ways for me the last name to arrive, but I did get there, was when I called it the dance. In this new book, in Brooklyn Crime Novel, one of the things I began to feel I had to find a name for was the amount of electric desire simply to be touching one another that transmits all through boyhood and finds all kinds of crazy, displaced outlets. I mean, in a way, this is going to seem strange, but the easiest time is had by those who are destined to have to identify it with themselves forever. It's not easy to be queer or to come out or to be bisexual and come out, but it may be even harder, at least in childhood, to be experiencing those parts of yourself and have them absolutely excluded so that they have to be given other kinds of names even to yourself. You have to think you're beating someone up, or that you're teaching someone else to beat someone else up. These kind of energies just flow into these disastrous outlets in the boyhoods of these children on Dean Street. So that's part of the answer. The dance is one of those enormous containers that has all sorts of things in it. But you know, one of the things I wanted to do with this book was say that the boys had a kind of sex with each other that they couldn't name. And sometimes it was, you know, it was unmistakable, and sometimes it was displaced into violence.
I also feel like the dance, I mean, you evoke so strongly the fear possibly that children, and we're talking about, I think, the period in which you grew up in Brooklyn, the fear of actually just leaving the house because you know that on this patch those boys reign, and on this patch those boys reign, and you might get mugged by that lot. But it's almost as if the parents are complicit in this because they say to the children, you know, I'm going to give you some mugging money. Can you talk about that, the mugging money?
Yeah, right. Well, so there's a condition of, I think, urban reality that these children experience, which is that the life inside the home, the life of their family, the life they're allowed to understand because their parents give them a language to understand it, and the life of the street are two absolutely incommensurable things. There's an incredible gulf between them. And the street has laws, and the street has invisible territories and rituals without name that can only be understood among the children, and in a certain sense, it can only be understood while they're out on the street. Because when they step back inside the homes and they are back in the language of the parents, they're doubly silenced. They have things that they might want to talk about that they not only don't have a language for on the street, but they have, they have the problem of their parents. Their parents' language excludes this reality.
That's another dance as well.
It's right. It's just not. It's not speakable in the tongue of the home. And I mean, I borrowed this. Henry Roth has this magnificent novel called Call It Sleep, and in that book, you figure out very slowly, actually, that the boy in that book is speaking Yiddish inside the home, and he's speaking this weird kind of rough Brooklyn patois of the 1930s. It sounds like a Henry Miller novel, or one of Henry Miller's chapters about his boyhood in Williamsburg, and that he's literally speaking two languages. But this idea of code switching from the street to the home actually seemed to galvanize my sense of the double reality that the children of Dean Street lived in.
And the mugging money was when the parents gave the children a little bit of extra money.
Right. Follow the money.
Follow the money. So you would put your actual money for your school lunch or whatever into your shoe or your sock, and then you would have your some money on you that you could be mugged for, and it would be okay. You'd still be able to buy your lunch.
It's a kind of bargaining on the part of the parents. It's really like a way of silencing the problem is to throw a little money at it.
Mm-hmm. Your book, Jonathan, has no real central character, although one does sort of emerge. The speaking voice sort of becomes identified later on as we go. But for a lot of the book, you're using the collective we. It sort of reminded me of the Faulkner short story, A Rose for Emily, where the town is sort of the voice, like this. The collective we sort of speaks for everyone on behalf of the town, so no one individual is sort of responsible. Can you talk about your choice of narrative point of view?
Yeah, well, you put it very well, and I think there's this tension in the book between the idea that the only way to name everything is to discover the collective mind of the street and give it a voice. At the same time, it breaks down. That system of distributing reality and collectivizing voice gives way, because there's also the power of subjective experience, and the narrator eventually has to admit he exists. So halfway through the book, the we disintegrates into an I. And then he begins to try to mop up the problem he's created by trying to speak for absolutely everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's your turn to pick. So we've got love
Oh,
and
good.
we've
I
got
get to-
love and death left.
Yeah, but I have to start too, don't I?
No.
Oh, good. Okay.
It depends what you pick, actually.
Death.
I told you it's
Death.
like a
Must be death.
Death. Okay. Oh yeah, we do start with you.
Okay.
I told you this was a game. So, okay, let's talk about gentrification. So, that's really what you're talking about in many ways in this book, the social experiment of that. And so Jonathan's book is sort of a series of vignettes that it's almost like the lens moves from one part of the city to another, to one character, to another, one situation and another. But you have these like subheadings, and you have gentrification, born 1964. So you give it a birth date, which also means that what has come before has died. So what was lost in the gentrification experiment of Brooklyn that you experienced growing up?
Right.
It's a big question.
It's a huge question. But first, let me disentangle that use of the date slightly, because it's interesting. So the neighborhood that I grew up in was invented. And I don't mean in the sense that I, as a novelist, have reinvented it by fictionalizing it, but it was actually given a name out of nowhere by a woman who I knew, who named it Borum Hill in 1964. And it happens that 1964 is the same year that the word gentrification was coined. It was coined by a sociologist named Ruth Glass. She's actually born in Germany but was working in London, and she coined it in a study of changes in a neighborhood in London. She was trying to give name to something that had no name at that point. For a long time, it bubbled along as only an academic word. It wasn't in the popular imagination the way it is now. It's a very familiar word now. We can use it without usually explaining it. But, and as it also happens, I was born in 1964. So gentrification and Borum Hill have been on this collision course for a long time. I actually use the word because it's so recognizable now, and it summons the incredible catastrophe of different kinds of problems and feelings that people experience around transformation in a city or a neighborhood, so that we can all know what I generally am thinking of. But I also think the word hides as much as it reveals by this point. It seems to name a thing that we all know how it works, but I don't think it's adequate. The descriptions must be infinitely more varied and specific. Neighborhoods don't sit still. They don't fundamentally belong to the people who name them or build them or live in them at any given time. They're negotiations. They're zones of human participation, which can be unbelievably nourishing and sustaining if they're stable long enough to be nourishing and sustaining. But because of capitalism, that big problem in the middle of everything, they are also investment sites, contested, under attack, under assault in a sense by people who see them as raw material for developing something else, or, in some cases there were processes at work that had very, very specific names. Everyone knows about, in the US anyway, knows about this idea of white flight, that there was a point in the middle of, early in the post-war years, in the late 40s through the 50s to the beginning of the 60s, when in a city like New York City and many others, a densely populated, highly integrated city of of immigrants that suddenly the white people abandoned neighborhoods and went to the suburbs. Well, this is a kind of idea that hides another idea, which is that actually there were things called people called blockbusters who were doing this by a very deliberate manipulation of the real estate market. They were frightening people out of neighborhoods using racist tropes and then seizing control of the value. This is, of course, it describes innumerable deaths. I'm sorry, I'm being extremely serious here about my urbanism. But the space I grew up in was officially dead in a strange sense. And that is to say that the city, the powers, the banks, the investment, the real estate brokers had declared it a non-space. And in very literal terms, it had been rezoned as industrial, even though people lived there. So catastrophic pollutants were being leaked into the air and the ground because it was zoned for that. It was then, in a very strange maneuver, brought back to life by artists, by people with very little money, but with the cultural capital of being educated and white and wanting to renovate houses. There became this sort of movement known as the brownstone movement. And they defined themselves as bringing something back to life that was officially dead. The problem, of course, is that it did have a life, but that life was not named in any of these structural realities. So one day you're revitalizing a dead thing. The next day you turn around and you discover you've destroyed someone else's reality. It's competing realities trying to occupy the same space.
And your book does a really good job of layering up these, the sort of like a palimpsest of associations across that time. Yeah, thank you. Patrick.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi.
So Patrick's book, for those of you who haven't read it yet, is sort of in three parts. So at the beginning we meet Bob, this retired librarian who does some volunteer work at a senior centre, home for seniors. He wants to bring lessons in literature to this centre, and some things happen there, which you'll have to read the book to find out. The middle section is sort of about his midlife with Connie and Ethan, who we mentioned earlier at the start of the talk. But this final section is a very Patrick DeWittian kind of move, I think, in that it's sort of, it's got a touch of the absurd, which I love. And in this final section, we go back and we meet Bob when he's 11 years old, and he's the runaway Bob. And he's just wandered out of a sleepover that his mother had arranged for him so that she could carry on with the employer, I think.
Yeah, her boss, yeah.
Her boss. And I think he's a little bit traumatised about this, and he runs away, gets on a bus, he gets on a train, and he ends up hanging out with these two extraordinary women, Ida and June, two thespians, who are in their later life, probably the age that Bob is at the beginning of the book, in their 70s. And he ends up helping them out with their amateur theatre production in this hotel. And one of them says to him, "This work is not our strongest. It is not bad work, but it doesn't have the power of our past labours. That power which was once effortless and which we wielded as if it were the most natural thing in the world is now dimming, and there isn't any vitamin or medicine I can find to remedy the lack. The watch winds down, Bob Comet." How much, Patrick, is Bob Comet's story a meditation on the great sort of change of ageing, and or on the state of loneliness? Like, I know it's a big question, but we're in the death part of the talk.
I didn't have any one impulse when I set out to work on the book, and Bob became more interesting to me. Obviously, that's the way it should be as the writing of the book carried on. My helping out at a senior center clued me into something which I did not know, or I didn't know. I knew on some sort of subconscious level, but I guess I hadn't considered it before, which is that, generally speaking, senior men and women are not really a part of the larger conversation. I spoke to any number of people at the center who complained or acknowledged that they lived with a sense of invisibility. So I wanted to start with somebody in his later years. The idea of a senior man helping out at a senior center was pleasing to me in some way. I think that the question was a little bit elusive for me.
Yeah, that's okay.
Could we clarify like a small amount?
Yeah. I guess I'm just bringing our attention to that final section of the book, and perhaps if we clarify it by going to the beginning of the book, where he wakes from a dream, where he has been dreaming about the Hotel Elba, which is
where he runs away to.
Which is where he runs away to, and he says, the dream always flooded his brain with the chemical announcing the onset of profound romantic love, though he'd not known that experience during the time at the hotel.
Yeah.
He lay in his bed now, lingering over the feeling as it ebbed away from him. This feeling of romantic love, sort of described here, is it about that place? Is it about the memory of that escape? Is it about the stirring of his wildness that he struggles to find again as an adult?
The question of the why he returns to it so often in his dreams is a mystery to him, and so by extension a mystery to the reader. But I think that the reason why this adventure resonates so strongly with him still, even in his 70s, is the fact that it was him as a young man exercising agency and finding a place in the world where there was not one before. And it's one of the two scenes in the books, or the two eras of the books, where he finds himself immersed in a society of people who like him for him. He's accepted, he doesn't have to bend or change in any which way. He's welcomed in as Bob, and it's a beloved memory for him, but it's also just arguably the most significant experience of his life, being accepted by these people and his memories of these people. And some experiences are so strong that you sort of live the rest of your life looking through the lens of that experience, and it imbues the rest of your life with some sort of altered sense, and that's certainly the case with Bob. It's wildly out of character for him that he did this, in a sense, and so I think he relishes that. He relishes the memories of those friendships, and perhaps wishes he could return to it in some way. Obviously, when you dream of a place that is lost to time in a fond sense, I think that the sense of love he feels is also rooted in the sense of his inability to be able to actually return to that place in time and that emotional reality.
Mm-hmm. I think a lot of the sort of reviews on this book talk about Bob as this quiet character, this passive character, this sort of gentle character, and I do agree he is that, but I feel like he's got this gleeful sort of wild side underneath the surface.
I think so, and I think that he wears it lightly, but he's amused by life, and he's amused by the world that occurs around him. It's not so much that he plunges into it headlong and takes part, but he is taking part as a witness, and he's sort of a straight man to the idiosyncrasy of the world. Mm-hmm. And like all great straight men, he has a knack for finding lunatics to spend his time with and to observe, so.
Mm-hmm. So his wife, Connie, he tells the story of his runaway to Connie as a sort of like, see, I am kind of wild and adventurous too. Yeah. I can do it too.
Yeah. He is proud of it, that he's done it.
Yeah. She says to him at one point, so Connie believed Bob was reading beyond the accepted level of personal pleasure and wondered if it wasn't symptomatic of a spiritual or emotional deformity. Bob thought her true question was, why do you read rather than live?
Yeah.
Do you do that?
Yes, the short answer is yes. I probably rely on books more than is healthy. and it does feel like socializing at times, but I'm not nearly as isolated as Bob is. I do have a fairly normal social life, and my friends are there when I need them, waiting. But yeah, I think I can relate. I used to read to the point of it just being ridiculous, but I felt I was playing catch up in some way, or that that's what a writer was supposed to do, and I just ate it, ate it constantly. But nowadays it's more so, it's a part of my practice, but it's not quite as thorough or obsessive as it once was.
In many ways, I feel like this book is a sort of a love letter to reading and libraries in a way. But can you do something for me, Patrick? Can you tell me the difference between a librarianist and a librarian?
I mean, none. It's a idiosyncratic word. I thought I made it up, and then I Googled it after the book was published, and it turns out it's actually just a word. It's just an antique version of the word librarian. But
okay.
a character who is Bob's mentor, librarian mentor in the book, who is himself very wry and arch and sort of arms crossed and cynical, he calls being, a librarian is a librarianist, and to succumb to the vocation it's librarianism. So the truth is that at the 11th hour, and this seems to be a theme for me with every book, I don't know what the title I often don't know what the title of the book is going to be. And we were going to call the book just Bob Comet. And insider secret, if somebody just names a book the protagonist's name, it means that they couldn't come up with a better title. So I was going to just sort of publicly embarrass myself, and yes, let's just call it Bob Comet. And we pushed, and then at the 11th hour we came up with Librarianist, which is a bit of a mouthful, and it's frankly not my favorite title of my books, but I'm stuck with it, so.
But you came up with it?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Eliza.
Hello.
Okay, death. We're still in death, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm losing track. Eliza, your book is all about death, actually. It's written in the style of a true crime novel, using various forms, as you said, of reportage, long form, podcast, therapeutic writings of the incarcerated, Tumblr posts, text messages, newspaper articles, interviews, fan fiction. And as you mentioned, it's about a gruesome murder of a teenage girl by 3 of her peers on a British town on the night of the EU referendum result. I wondered, so we talked already about your narrating voice. What, in your view, I mean, you must have gone down some pretty dark rabbit holes to research this book. So don't scare me too much, but what was the darkest place you went in researching this? I mean, my mind was blown about the sort of fan fiction sites, some of the depravity that happens there, especially among young people, impressionable,
Yeah, I suppose I didn't go down in any particular super dark rabbit holes for this book specifically, because I unfortunately was raised with unmonitored internet access, so I'd already kind of hit the rock bottom of things that I'd seen on the internet probably when I was about 14 or something. So I suppose I was kind of drawing on that experience of growing up sort of online as a kid on what was very much like the Wild West of the internet, with parents that really, really didn't understand anything about it. And I think in terms of those sort of true crime fan communities, they were something that I was always aware of, but something that I personally didn't dip into it. They were even, I was very deeply embedded in fandom culture as a teenager, but even those guys were super weird to the majority of us who were already being kind of super weird on the internet. And I was just always sort of fascinated by the fact that it's like it's there. It's almost like this sort of weird Ark of the Covenant thing that that you could sort of open up this whole corner of Tumblr and get your face melted off by people just behaving really strangely. And I think those kind of fandom communities are always fascinating because they always have the previously mentioned fandom wank that we've talked about. They always have these inter-community fighting, and there's always a lot of politics, and there's just a lot to kind of dig into there. I think they're really, really fascinating places. I was really influenced by those bits, by a book called Savage Appetites by a journalist called Rachel Monroe, who wrote specifically about women's relationship with true crime and how true crime seems to specifically attract a lot of female fans and the kind of different ways that those fandoms manifest. And she had a sort of section where she talks about the Columbiners, who are specifically people who've created a fandom community around the Columbine shooting, which is obviously very strange. And I think those spaces in part are so interesting because they're mostly populated by teenage girls who almost seem to be experiencing this huge misfire of empathy toward these people who've done these terrible, terrible, violent things and have really kind of latched onto their own sort of quite false narrative around these crimes. And that happens with a lot of true crime communities and places that I've sort of dug through.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like glorifying the perpetrators in some way, or giving them a narrative as to why they have perpetrated. One of the scariest things that I just learnt about in your book was tulpas.
Yeah.
Can you explain what a tulpa is?
So a tulpa is like a really, really bastardized idea that a bunch of people on the internet kind of pinched whole cloth from Tibetan mythology. So when people use the word tulpa on the internet, they're referring to like a like imagined form that they think that they've manifested through sort of a series of kind of very made up rituals. Like I said, it's kind of stolen from Tibetan ritual practices, but it's like not really, like they don't even pronounce tulpa like that. It's more like, I think it's like I don't know how to do the noise, but it's more like kind of like tulpa, and it's like just a very, very different concept. And what people have done in the West have almost projected this like sort of Frankenstein narrative onto it, where it's the creature of your own kind of, I don't know, I guess when the creature sort of turns against the master that's created it, which is a very, very Western, and specifically like I think a very like Christian idea of this turning God against you, or rather you try to play God and then your creation sort of turns against you. And there are loads of, there's a subreddit dedicated to tulpamancy. So if you're interested in creating your own tulpa, you can head over there and find out how to do it, and get into some arguments with people and see some people talking on different Reddit accounts between themselves and their own tulpa, which is against the rules of the subreddit and will get you banned.
But the tulpa is an imagined force, isn't it? So these, in your book, the young women believe that they can, just by sort of putting their mind to it, create an evil force. They can unleash a sort of little pocket of hell that can then cause havoc in this town, directed at this one particular girl who they've all sort of had various relationships with, from bullying to friendship. But they believe that they have the power to enact evil on this person, and then they do. I found that really a sort of fascinating concept, and one of the characters has these, as a child, was collecting these little Polly Pocket. Little Polly. Does anyone remember those? The little Polly Pocket toys, and it's sort of she expands that out to creating a little pocket hell in this town. How much of this, you've set this on the eve of the referendum result, how much did you want to write about, I guess, a class, a look at class at that time in this small British seaside town?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose I was thinking a lot about living in a hell of one's own creation, which is sort of what the UK feels like at the minute. And in terms of thinking about that, it's sort of this idea of being able to kind of like manifest an evil force and sort of push it onto other people. I don't know. I think a lot of our sort of political climate at the minute is we're very much in a kind of post-truth society. It doesn't really matter what is actually true. It's sort of the only thing that matters is like what people feel is true. And I think Brexit became an interesting little eyedropper for that for me. Initially, I just wanted to think of something that could that was a big enough news story and was dominant enough in the news cycle that it would obscure the crime and make it not as like widely reported on as it otherwise would have been, which I was inspired. Well, I say inspired. It always sounds weird to say the word inspired, but I was cribbing that from a real life case, where in 1994 there was a really, really violent murder in Merseyside and around Liverpool of a teenage girl by a group of young adults. And it got absolutely no coverage because at the time there was another much bigger murder trial happening in the area. For the James Bulger case, which was a really, really landmark case in the UK, which like lowered our age of criminal responsibility and really, really dominated the news cycle for a really long time. So I was sort of trying to think of something that had as much cultural weight as something like the James Bulger case. And I was stuck between the 2012 Olympics or Brexit. And I ended up going for Brexit, I think, just because it was a little bit fresher in my memory. I think I was 18 during the 2012 Olympics, and I could just remember Brexit a little bit better. And then the more I thought about it, the more I felt like that sort of, I guess those themes that I touched on earlier of like living in a hell of one's own creation and things that feel true mattering more than things that are actually true. And this idea of being able to kind of bring down a sort of manifested punishment on people that you dislike feels as much sort of relative to something like some of the political climate in the UK at the minute as it is to sort of an actual kind of violent act. I hope that made sense.
No, it really does, yeah. I'm going to truncate love very quickly for this last little section and open this up to sort of all of us. Love of literature is a motif, especially in Jonathan and Patrick's books. Bob and his library and his lessons in literature and his book recommendations, which is maybe a little bit you, Patrick. And in your book, Jonathan, The Antiquarian Kid and his book Hustle, which is maybe a little bit you. And in Eliza, your book, you make nods to Inspector Rebus and the curious incident of the dog in the nighttime. And these references to actual books really stand out in your book because all the other inputs are very digital. I wonder, Jonathan, if you could just tell us quickly, so we've got time for another question after this, about the Lovecraft basement.
Oh, gosh. Okay. Well, so this is a really particular thing in the book where this kid who grows up as a used book obsessive, and that turns the corner as it tends to into caring about first editions. And the book names him the Antiquarian Kid because he becomes fascinated by collecting and the arcana of first editions and ephemera, lost papers. And there's a rumor in Brooklyn, which was a real rumor, never resolved that I know of, that when H.P. Lovecraft fled Brooklyn for Providence, Rhode Island, he left a stash of really interesting papers, and that these were in the basement of one of the old used bookstores in Brooklyn. So the kid is obsessed with questing after the Lovecraft papers, and it's a hopeless pursuit. But, I think the place where this connects to the book as a whole is that the fetish for these brownstones, for the buildings themselves, is a place where love crosses that threshold into fetishization and the human begins to move out of it. When you care too much about the antiquarian value of a book, you've kind of lost, literature is love. It's human transmission, meeting another brain. It's two people mingling their brains. It's really intimate and it's really beautiful. And I'm very devoted in my life to that, but I'm also a bit the antiquarian kid, and I know that there's a point at which getting Patrick's autograph on a first edition of the librarianist and putting it in plastic slipcover and putting it on the right place on my shelf is also preoccupying me. And so my love for Patrick and his beautiful book is slipped gears now into something where he's sort of become just an object to me. His handwriting is all I really want from him. So the way people were living in these houses was a kind of antiquarian fetish, where the idea of the human beings and the meaning of a house is really only what kind of human occupation can it provide, and how do you take care of people? Well, you give them a house, you keep them in a house, you feed them in a house. But if all you're thinking about is like the marble fireplaces and the newel post and whether someone else has a better or more perfectly preserved example of the 19th century brownstone, then you've lost the human.
And you worked in used bookshops yourself?
Absolutely. I loved doing it. It's the only job I've ever held besides authoring. Well, no, I'm a professor now. I forget that.
that also counts. I love one of the rules for the antiquarian kid who works in the used bookshop with these older guys is rule number 1, no employee can purchase and take home more than 1 book a week. The owner isn't going to let his clerks scout the ship and plunder value he isn't capable of recognising himself. No, sir, you took your pay home in a cheque, not in books. And the next rule is never admit you don't have a book. Always say you did. I'm going to use this in the bookshop where I work. Send them into the deep, chaotic stock and they'd forget the original mission and find something they wanted instead. Is part of the love of literature just that sense of discovery?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the biggest difference between buying a book on the internet and buying a book in a bookstore is, the brain space of a shelf full of books where you find what's next to the book you wanted or what's instead of the book you wanted can't be reproduced by that somatic experience of being among books. I often think people pitting the virtual world against the physical one often focus on books are better than ebooks, but what's less talked about is the value of a room full of books, encountering books that you haven't even imagined exist, and maybe we'll never read, but just pick up and wonder at, or maybe you'll read them sometime. This is kind of a model of both of an individual human brain after it's been, steeped in them, but it's also a model of human reality, of the collegiality of different types of human beings and their vibrating force fields, overlapping.
And this is Bob's thing too, isn't it? I mean, he feels totally comfortable in an environment where he's walled in by books, it's sort of surrounded by books.
Yeah, deeply comforting thing. When Jonathan was talking, I was thinking about my own books. I have far too many books, unsurprisingly probably. Maybe half of them I've read. I continue to buy books at a rate which greatly exceeds my ability to read them. And I'm so careful about the books I bring into my home, and yet, who cares but me? Nobody cares but me. It's like a monument to this private quest, which nobody can possibly care about. I suppose if I went to Jonathan's, I would look at his, or Eliza's, I would look at your books, and I would study them in a sense, but...
And would you get a picture of
it's a portrait.
I'll come look at your books, Patrick.
It's a portrait. It's a portrait of the reader, certainly. I mean, I think my interests are all there on display. But again, it doesn't really mean anything. It's sort of a senseless quest, and yet such a delicious one as well. And I wouldn't write if it weren't for these books that I was living with and among every day.
It's nice to have them there, though. Like
that's what I mean. It's such a comfort to me, but to who else cares? Nobody. Which is as should be. It's not wrong. It's just an observation.
I think I've got time for one very quick question. No? Oh, wait. Okay, this is a nice place to leave it. Our love of literature brings these 3 beautiful authors together. Such different books, so much to discover in each of them. Can you please join me in thanking Eliza, Patrick, Jonathan.
Thank you.
And they will be signing their books over at the signing tables in a moment. Thank you so much for being a beautiful audience also.
As we get close to the last session of the day, ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder, I'll keep reminding
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome to the 5 p.m. session here on the East Stage at Adelaide Writers' Week. Young Rupert, someone that we've all heard of, a spirit and a force that looms large over the city in more ways than one. We meet here, as we always do, on the lands of the Kaurna people to whom we pay our respects. My name's Tom Wright. It's my pleasure to host this session today, a long form. After having done a few with 2 to 3 panellists, it's wonderful just to have one author to talk about such a salient and deep subject. I'm pleased to introduce Walter Marsh. Walter's been the staff editor and editor at the Adelaide Review. As a freelancer, he's written, I'm sure many of you will know, for publications such as The Monthly, Guardian, In Daily. I won't list them all. Young Rupert is his first book, and it's fair to say, Walter, that it's been a labour of love and maybe even hate for you, hasn't it? Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
There is so much to talk about, and this is just such a fascinating subject. And I might just slip around you a bit, Walter, so I'm going to test you, and I'm going to test you as well to a certain extent in terms of following the chronological order of what happens. But let's start with a key event. Sir Keith Murdoch, an influential writer, essayist, contributor to the Australian mentality surrounding the way we think about Gallipoli, pioneering editor, art lover, and influential Australian in so many ways, dies. How old is his son, Rupert?
He's 22 years old at that point. He's at Oxford. He's not a great student. He's still, confronting the possibility of taking over some of his father's legacy. His father, who occupies a huge position in Australian media and has done for decades. And he's, at that point in time, very happily kind of rebelling against this sort of right-wing press baron father he's got. And he's got the bust of Lenin in his room at Oxford. He's previously been known by such aliases as Como Murdoch, which is a good one. I don't know if anyone at Geelong Grammar or Oxford really took that seriously. It didn't stick. But yeah, the news comes through that Keith Murdoch has died in 1952, I think it is. And this is, interestingly, Keith had health issues for quite a while, but he dies the day after a boardroom purge at the top of the Herald and Weekly Times, where he reasserts his domination of this company, this empire that he helped build but never owned, and then he has a heart attack the next day.
Talk us a little bit about the nature of that empire that Sir Keith had built, but he had only a precarious hold on. He owned newspapers across the Australian set of mastheads, including here in Adelaide, didn't he?
So he had this power, but it was kind of rented power. So Keith Murdoch, he had started out as a journalist, a freelancer working for The Age in sort of the 1910s. He'd had a crack at Fleet Street when he was a very young man. He had a nervous stammer and it pretty much went nowhere. So he kind of returned with his tail between his legs. And then the First World War came around. He very famously wrote this Gallipoli letter, which, thanks in part to his son's papers, has occupied this really outsized role in the legend around the Gallipoli conflict. But he used that opportunity to go into the theatres of war in the First World War and make these really scathing assessments, some of which were second or third hand, some of which were pretty easily debunkable. I think I call it a stirring but flawed polemic in the book. But he uses that very much to get his foot in the door in London, in all the most important rooms that he could find himself in, and became the protege of Lord Northcliffe, who, if anyone's familiar, he's the founder of the Daily Mail, another great tabloid media outlet, now very comfortable churning out the worst clickbait in Australia. But in those days, he was sort of the populist press baron of London, and Keith Murdoch just absorbed all the connections, all the lessons that he could. Then he came back to Australia around 1920, became editor of the Herald, the Melbourne Herald, this afternoon paper, and very quickly began consolidating his power and building up his influence and growing that company over decades and decades until we see him in the early 1950s, the late 1940s, as this sort of kingmaker, as he liked to be, wielding a lot of influence, but also racked by these health issues that meant that sometimes that grip wasn't particularly stable. And so coming into the start of the 1950s, he knew he had built up over decades. He's this workaholic. He poured all of his time and energy into building up this empire, but he knew that he didn't own it outright. So this power, this influence that he'd had, the fact that this company was called the Murdoch Press, even though the Murdoch family didn't own it, he knew that that would expire as soon as he did. And the people that were sticking around, his allies and his rivals in the company, they wouldn't really give Rupert much of a go, and fair enough. So he really worked in the last years of his life to carve out this sort of separate sort of shadow empire in competition to the main Herald and Weekly Times. And sometimes the way he did that was by sort of surreptitiously selling small assets from the Herald to himself in his sort of private family capacity from the company he was chairman of to build up this competitor. And I think some of his rivals, his successor at the Herald and Weekly Times, described it as, I think, skullduggery and unblushing theft. So that's the environment that Rupert finds himself in when Keith very abruptly dies, is that there's this huge power struggle and this scramble to carve up or to seize control not only of the Herald and Weekly Times now that there's this vacuum, but to claw back all these other papers that Keith had kind of surreptitiously carved out for Rupert to inherit. So he was thrust into
So there was an
this.
expectation that the princeling would inherit the Courier Mail, for instance, or something like that, but it didn't quite happen that way, did it?
Yeah, no, well, in his will he said he wanted to have Rupert to have a useful, full and altruistic life in the media. Pause for laughter. And so he had this plan, and I think the Courier Mail, as you said, was the sort of prized piece of that inheritance, a really great East Coast foothold that Rupert could use to, build up a career as a newspaper man, as a proprietor, whatever he wanted to do, really. But unfortunately, that was one of the first things that the Herald and Weekly Times and Keith's former colleagues managed to claw back. They convinced Elizabeth, Rupert's mum, that they didn't want the whole family to be totally saddled with debt because, again, Keith's expansion, the family didn't really have much capital, so it was all backed by loans and borrowed money. So it was all in a very wobbly state to begin with when Keith did die because the project was still sort of unfinished. And so they convinced Elizabeth to sell off the Courier Mail, and that's, I think, always been one of the many chips on Rupert's shoulders from a young age that he missed out on the Courier Mail and what could have been, had to move to Adelaide, which I don't think anyone dreams of the Oxford to Adelaide trajectory. As a proud Adelaide resident. So he wound up back here. Interestingly, though, as I get into the book, one of these kind of weird power-sharing deals that Keith navigated in order to build up this little Murdoch-run little empire was that the silent partner of the Courier Mail was John Wren, this kind of notorious alleged gangster.
Power without glory, John Wren.
Yeah. So
I think I'm allowed to say that now after all these decades.
He's pretty dead, and he has been for a while. I checked before I published the book. The editor that's sort of been installed by Keith at that paper in the aftermath of his death, I found this great memoir where once Keith had died, he was sort of sitting in the office and I think a local Brisbane boxing promoter said, "Oh, welcome to the team, John Wren's team," along with, I think, a judge and a whole bunch of other really important people that were all kind of in thrall to this weighty figure. So if Rupert had inherited the Courier Mail, things might have been very different coming up against something like that.
All right, so let's cut to the chase. Adelaide, it remains the only kingdom left. And this is my sort of thesis when reading your book, Walter, is the thing that had struck me of straight away is that this is Henry V. This is old King Henry IV in the Jerusalem chamber, dies before his time, and his young princeling son, the Prince Hal, is left with the kingdom too early and too soon, and he's going to have to rebuild the entire empire from a fairly small place. But to a certain extent, the young Rupert lucks out because, small as it might have been, the News is an extraordinary newspaper, and News Limited, as it was to be and was already then News Corporation, was a not bad little place to learn the trade. So what does the 22-year-old Rupert, who arrives in suitcases in hand, what is he confronted with when he arrives in Adelaide?
Yeah, well, he goes straight to the office from the airport, I think is what I've gathered from the paper trail. But the News was this paper, part of News Limited, which had the afternoon paper, which, for those of you, anyone under the age of 40, it's this paper that came out in the afternoons, unheard of. There has not been one in Adelaide in my entire lifetime. Adelaide has been a one-paper town for as long as I've been alive, which is part of the kind of intrigue for me to look back into this period where the media landscape in some ways seemed like another planet. But it was part of this company. It had the afternoon paper, also the Sunday Mail, which was the only Sunday paper in town. And for a long time, since about the 1930s, it had been owned by the Herald and Weekly Times. So it was part of this really comfortable monopoly in Adelaide that Keith had built up as part of this Herald and Weekly Times empire. Near the end of the 1940s, he decides this is a great asset to sell to himself for this Rupert inheritance project. He catches wind that the British Parliament is doing a select committee into press monopolies, and he makes one of his sort of lackeys write up this report about how there's a concern that the government might break up their monopoly. So he uses this report to convince the board to sell off the News and News Limited to himself. So he's, having been very comfortable building up this very cosy, entrenched press monopoly, at the start of the 1950s, suddenly it's in Keith's interest to sort of set a cat amongst the pigeons, and the person he selects to do that is this guy called Rowan Rivett, and it's young Rupert on the title, but I think it's fair to say he's as much the co-lead of this story, and he's this young sort of firebrand journalist and editor, wrote a famous war memoir.
Well, let's talk about the war memoir. I mean, in my schemata here, Rowan Rivett plays the role of Falstaff to Rupert's Prince Hal, because he, to a certain extent, teaches Rupert everything he knows and more, doesn't he? But he comes to writing and comes to newspapership not from privilege and not from being born into it, not from a famous father. He was a prisoner.
His grandfather was Alfred Deakin, though, just for clarity.
Well, and you're quite right to pick me up
the
here.
Scottish
His
Presbyterians, they looked after each other.
His other grandfather was a famous campaigner for peace, and his father was a famous scientist, so I'm wrong to say he didn't come from privilege, but he doesn't necessarily come from a journalistic background. But he'd survived Changi, and he'd survived Burma, Thailand, and he'd survived the fall of Singapore, and his extraordinary memoir Behind Bamboo is still one of the finest books about the Australian prisoner of war experience. So whatever our Falstaff, Rowan Rivett, is, he's a man of substance, isn't he? And it's one of young Rupert's first sort of it's luck, but it's also genius, is to bring this man in, because they revolutionised the newspaper quite quickly, don't they? What happens to the News?
Well, the News, so as soon as Rowan is installed, and so Rowan, he emerges from that experience of being a prisoner of war with a real sense of, I think, moral clarity.
Yeah.
He knows the kind of journalism he wants to do. He wants it to be a progressive campaigning paper. And even though his politics at this time are very different to Keith Murdoch, I think Keith recognises that this is the kind, he needs someone in here who will kind of light a fire under the place and sort of introduce a bit of chaos, a bit of competition into the Adelaide media scene. And so Rowan is already there sort of shaking things up and antagonising things when Rupert finally lands. But he's also incredibly frustrated because while he's been charged by Keith to attack the advertiser and fight back and assert their place in the media scene, at the same time, the advertiser has all the connections. Sir Lloyd Dumas, shout out to any relatives of Sir Lloyd Dumas in the audience today. I
suspect about 2/3 of the audience are actually Lloyd Dumas' descendants.
But he has the access that Keith has helped sort of build up over decades through the Adelaide Club to, Rundle Street, all the department stores. And so Rowan is trying to fight back, but he keeps being undermined by his boss is just incredible.
Being undermined by old vested Adelaide family interests. Who would have thought?
And the conflicted interests of his boss, who he literally he works for the competitor. So there's this kind of tension that is building up, and suddenly when Keith is out of the picture, it's kind of a free for all. And Lloyd Dumas comes out of the woodwork again, and he tries to convince Elizabeth to sell the paper News Limited back to the Herald and Weekly Times, and basically gives her an ultimatum: if you don't do this, we're going to introduce a Sunday competitor and basically crush Rupert before he can start. So there's not only the kind of open slather conflict element that Rowan's been sort of itching for in the first year that he was here, but also this incredible circulation war where both companies are throwing everything they can at the Sunday market to try and, for Rupert and Rowan to get their foothold asserted, and for the advertiser to crush these annoying progressive young men who have flown in from the UK
Okay, and before we get to the Agincourt of the battle for Sunday papers, tell us a bit about that progressivism. How does it manifest itself? Because this is a peculiarly Adelaide story, that kind of Adelaide civility mixed with a kind of soft progressivism suits the times, doesn't it? They revolutionise and modernise that paper quite rapidly, not just in form but in content too.
Absolutely. And so, just for context, and I'm sure a lot of you people are assembled here, a lot of Adelaide regulars, I reckon. In the 1950s, we're a couple of decades into the Playmander, where country voters were given twice the voting power of those in the city. And so I think it's fair to say that Rowan and Rupert recognised that there was this growing demographic that was sort of, to use a more contemporary Murdoch-y term, was winning the popular vote. Labor was winning the popular vote, but kept being denied office.
Well, that 1953 election is sort of legendary. We all study it, don't we? 40% of the vote, and nothing to show for it.
And so that's a huge demographic. So the advertiser is in step with that conservative establishment. So they identify that there is a huge potential readership that is sort of electorally disenfranchised, but also not being spoken to by the main paper of record of the town. So it was this huge opportunity to speak to like university-educated professionals, also these huge amounts of new migrants that were coming in, then designated new Australians as they were called, and they very explicitly made an attempt to speak directly to...
This was Revette. Revette understood that this was the new Australia and we needed to speak for it. And I was intrigued to read in your book, in that particular state election in question, the Playford turned on the advertiser because the advertiser started talking about the equivalent of ambulance ramping. And you suddenly got that sense that certain things just move and some things don't. That once again, whether or not there's a waiting queue at the hospital can absolutely destroy a government. And that was kind of potentially the case, except for this Playmander. And so the News became a paper for a different type of Adelaide in a way, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. They're very, I think in one of the letters, and this book is steeped in the letters and correspondence of that time, because, Rupert was the youngest man in the room for a lot of these events, and so everyone else that was there has died, and he's 93 and he didn't get back to my emails. So most of it was me sitting in the State Library of South Australia just, flicking through things. But one of the very unscientific metrics was whenever they'd get invited to a party at like the University of Adelaide or the ABC to see how much the people there were reading the news. And they were reading the news. So it was a real... they were really growing that audience. And actually, for me, and part of the book, the advantage I think I had of writing this book and writing this book now was that obviously, one way or another, I'm doing it from the vantage point of the end, or near the end, of Rupert Murdoch's life, but also the end of this Murdoch century. And so we could look back at that period and sort of assess the grand sweep of what came afterwards and recognise these sort of parallels that emerged in Adelaide of all places. And that was one thing that it actually seemed a lot like the Fox News model, recognising underserved demographics and making a paper, a media outlet, a 24-hour news channel that spoke to their grievances, that spoke to their views. And it just so happened that in the 1950s, that demographic was progressive and Rupert was progressive. A few decades later, the needle has completely swung in the opposite direction, but the kind of model isn't that different.
Well, let's get to the Battle of the Sundays, because it was the Agincourt for Prince Hal and his loyal team. You've sort of got the Mail and the what was called the Sunday Advertiser in those days, wasn't it? Going head to head, and the Advertiser really did think that they were going to blow them out of the water, and it didn't quite work that way. How was it resolved? Even allowing for the fact that Adelaide was an enthusiastic newspaper city, even at that time, it still couldn't sustain 2 Sundays. One had to go. So what happened?
It became this kind of dragged out stalemate, and so they were both, importing all the same, new techniques of putting newspapers together to try and throw everything they had at this demographic. But they're all speaking to the middle ground, the Sunday audience, and eventually they started to pretty much resemble one another. And so after 18 months, I think maybe 2 years of just hemorrhaging money, both of them, they decided to sort of a détente, and they merged and became what we now know as the Sunday Mail, as this weird sort of mutually sort of like it was published by both of them. And even the memorandum that was circulated in the lead up to hashing out this deal, because there was already so much bad blood between these two parties and so much subterfuge and undermining throughout this whole period, that one of the very specific conditions was that on one week it would say an advertiser News Limited production. The next week it would say it was a News Limited advertiser production. They were really splitting hairs, and it was absolutely a condition that no one would talk about it until like the week before this new publication was printed.
And it was an effective compromise, wasn't it? It was the beginning of the sort of the Murdoch technique of, rather than fighting to the bitter end, finding a way for no one to win and then grasping victory from inside that.
It was the advertiser's battle to lose, and so a stalemate that's a win.
Well, let's paint the picture a little bit for those who can't remember it. What was the cultural difference between Weymouth Street and North Terrace? They had different ways of thinking and doing, didn't they? And those two had to a certain extent, become one.
Yeah, so, I mean, the advertiser was this sort of morning paper of record, and that was its kind of its role, its function. Its function wasn't to critique or analyse how things were done, how the state was run. It was just to lay it all out. You know, I think one example from a guy called John Scales, who I think he was the last person to go from being a copy boy to the editor of the news, and he was a copy boy in the 1950s. And one of his jobs when he was on the political rounds was to get a copy of the news when it came out in the afternoon and walk to the Treasury offices in Victoria Square, where Playford would come out from his office, flick through the news and dictate his statement for the advertiser the next morning, who would run it, you know, verbatim, whatever it was. So it was just a very different approach to journalism and to power. And the fact that this new paper, these new upstarts were coming through and actually using the media to interrogate and to crusade and to campaign was kind of just this unheard of transgression.
We'll come to some of those campaigns, but in as early as 1955, 1956, a young man by the name of Don Dunstan comes across Rowan and Rupert, and there's an interesting sort of alliance that emerges at that point. Don's not alone in being party to some of these campaigns. Just tell us a little bit about that, because of those early days and about the intersection of a legal progressive movement and Murdoch.
Yeah, so pretty early on, Rowan and Rupert get invited to the Fabian Society meetings at I think it's the zoology department at the university next door. That's where they held the meeting for some reason. And so they're rubbing shoulders with all these figures who had become very influential in the Labor Party, and one of them was Don Dunstan, and Rupert, I think, actually gave a speech at the Fabian Society. And so they became part of this sort of circle that Don was cultivating at that time. Obviously, for a young Labourite like him, he was incredibly frustrated by the play mandate, which wasn't just the fact that they were, electorally kept out of power, but Mick O'Halloran, who was the leader of the Labor Party, he didn't seem to mind all that much. He took a very collaborative approach.
Well, to a certain extent, his argument that his constituency was better served by Playford being in power than him, to a certain extent.
Oh yeah, Playford did a lot of stuff.
He said Playford's a better socialist than I am. He sort of felt like he was actually in some ways in his constituency's interest, but it must have frustrated the Dunstans of the world.
Especially as I think the perspective on what politics was for kind of shifted away from more economic things towards more social policy as well, and that being a sign of what progressives were looking to do in the world.
But also a protectionist economy, as the Adelaide that we sort of grew up in, no longer recognisable, but an Adelaide of industry in the north and a certain sort of set of relationships that had been established between various institutions was a product of that era, and there was a general agreement about it, wasn't there, to a certain extent, and Murdoch was part of that. What did he learn in those first 5 years when he was managing director there at News? How did Rupert change in that early phase?
Well, I think you can see that they really they were very interested in the letters. They initially, when he lands, he's like, to Rowan, don't challenge the system too much. The playmander, just kind of work within it for a little while, and maybe at the next election we'll try and really point out this incredible state of affairs. But you can see over the arc of those 5 years, he becomes much more restless. And there's this one great instance in Don Dunstan's memoir where he talks about being summoned to see Rupert and Rowan in their offices, and this is kind of at the height of the split in the Labor Party in the eastern states. And Rowan and Rupert, it's not clear who's leading this sort of opportunity, but they say, look, if you lead a similar kind of split in Adelaide, we'll back you to the hilt in our papers.
Yes.
And I think from their perspective, they probably just wanted to create some more conflict.
But Rupert, what his enemies didn't realise is that he just absolutely thrives when he can paint himself as an outsider. And as you said, it's Sir Keith's son, Dame Elizabeth's. It's Oxford University, Geelong Grammar. There's nothing outsider about him. But in Adelaide, he can paint himself that way. He and Rowan are sort of twiddling their thumbs trying to get access while the real deals are being done in the Adelaide Club and they can't get access to those dinners. And it gives them the chance to actually paint themselves as being the rebellious outsiders. So Rupert's becoming both powerful but also nonetheless not captive to that sort of perceived establishment interest. But tell us a bit about Rowan. What sort of man did Rowan become under Rupert's tutelage? What did the young man teach the old?
Well, he had, I think, just one of the biggest gifts Rupert gave Rowan was just a pretty long leash. And so they were able to really push the envelope and challenge the systems. Like they went, there was, the book culminates, and we'll probably get into this later, into this big libel trial where Rowan and News Limited are being put on trial for basically calling the state and its institutions into disrepute. But when I was in Canberra in the National Library going through Rowan's papers, I thought we were working towards this one libel trial. There was this big folder that said libel trial on it in Texter, and it wasn't even the only one. There were a few others that came up beforehand where they challenged a magistrate who they thought was anti-New Australians and kept putting them away for pretty minor crimes and letting other people pretty much off the hook. But he was really just like finding whatever thread he could pull at this establishment. And I think it's really interesting what you said before about the insider-outsider. By the end of this period in 1960, when Rupert's ready to leave, I think you can say that he's identified what the limit is that you can achieve attacking from the outside in politics, and from that point onwards, he really begins cultivating access to the people who are actually in power at the time. But I think you touched upon what was for me one of the most interesting parts of this Adelaide story, and as a prism to look at the rest of the Murdoch empire the last 70 years through, is that insider-outsider thing. And you only had to read his resignation letter, which came out very generously. He resigned a month after my book came out, which, thank you, Rupert, that was really helpful. But in this incredible letter of resignation, he kind of was having a go at these elites who are in cahoots with all these shady influences, and it's kind of like, what are you talking about at this stage?
Yes.
But you can trace a line from that period in Adelaide where he had all the privilege and the access and the opportunities of being the son of a press baron who went to Geelong Grammar, who went to Oxford. But it was in Adelaide where those things didn't really count for much.
And one of the truths about Adelaide, of course, being that you can simultaneously be invisible, but everyone can also know what you're doing. Away from the news, what sort of life did the young 23-year-old, free from a fairly domineering patriarchal presence, what sort of life did he lead?
I think he had fun with it, I think it's fair to say. There's particularly, even before he comes to Adelaide, there are these incredible letters between Rupert and Rowan, and between Rowan and Keith, and sometimes between Rupert and Keith, because so before the prelude, I guess, to the Adelaide years is that when Rupert's at Oxford, Rowan, who's already sort of a friend figure to young Rupert, he's been stationed as a foreign, cable correspondent in London. So he's been charged to kind of keep an eye on young Rupert while he's at Oxford by Sir Keith. And so he's kind of doing that, but you get the sense between the two younger men, there's a lot of shenanigans that Rowan is privy to that are just not featured in any of the correspondence he relays back to Sir Keith, to the extent that Sir Keith can kind of sense that he's being fed bullshit, and that Rupert actually is this kind of freewheeling, dangerously driving, gambling, drinking.
Well, you bring up the dangerous
man.
driving. We do know that. That is on record. Is that yes, the Port was the Port Road or the
Main North Road.
Main North Road
it's
incident.
the big revelation of the book. He got a speeding ticket.
And but he was
reported in the Advertiser, not the News.
I was more intrigued by your observation that every wealthy matron sort of from Kensington Park to Walkerville was keen to introduce their daughter to Rupert, and he sort of, for a number of years, managed to avoid finding himself entrapped or entangled. He certainly, it's fair to say, lived the life of a young bachelor, didn't he?
definitely. And thank goodness for the lady who was briefly his secretary who committed that anecdote to paper before she passed away.
Yeah.
But yeah, he had this kind of, I think, outsized reputation as this sort of man around town, and that the advertisers article, like very little reference to when he did have this run-in with the traffic cops on Main North Road. You know, it's one of those sort of blind items, these gossip items, where they don't mention exactly who it is, but just mentioned a newspaper executive. And reading that all these years later, you got the impression that everyone reading that in Adelaide knew exactly who they were talking about.
Everybody knew where that flat was in Glenelg,
Yeah.
where he lived, and everybody knew the house in North Adelaide and so on. You're sort of visible, but you're in invisible way. Whereas Rowan Rivette, our Falstaffian character, married, children, a family man in every sense of the word, living out there in Wattle Park in a house with a tennis court and so on. But his house became something of the court that Rupert's bachelor lifestyle never could. Rowan was a bon vivant, wasn't he? And he was also someone who could bring people in. So people from all over the world would fly and stay at the Rivette house, and the dinner parties were legendary. You can only think about the drink driving that took place down Kensington Road after them. Tell us a bit about the sort of man that Rowan was at this time in Adelaide.
Yeah, so Rowan was really conscious of, he recognised that Adelaide was a very sort of placid, conservative place, very white, even as there's these influxes of migrants coming in from all around the world. And he wanted to inject that kind of cosmopolitan. He comes straight from London, and it's so funny to read about how they were the most popular dinner guests in Adelaide for a while, because people were like, who are these people that just arrived with all these stories, all these connections? And he would do all these trips, sort of reconnaissance trips for the paper, but also because he's part of these international journalism associations. So he'd bring back like journalists from India, and they'd stay at his house for months at a time, and do sort of internships, I guess, at the news. So it became this sort of outlier amongst this very quiet, rigid part of Adelaide, suburban Adelaide in the 1950s.
But it was also a family home, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And so young Rupert, who's had his father taken away from him, doesn't have a close relationship or living in the same city as his siblings or anything like that, is found at the Rivette household having pillow fights with the children. Like, you get the sense of, again, the Prince Hal of the boy who hasn't quite grown up. He might be managing director of news, but he's still playing with the kids when he goes out to Rowan's house. There's an interesting, quite touching portrait there, isn't there, of a man who still has more responsibility than perhaps he has awareness.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those things where, he wasn't just a business associate of Rowan. They were friends. He was basically like family. When they were both in the UK, the kids referred to the attic as Rupert's room because he'd always stay with them. And we talk about the sort of grand, sort of Shakespearean quality of this story. It was such a pleasure as a writer, as a first-time writer. The more I kept pulling these threads on this story, the material was just so rich and just so wrought with just like this very heavy, dramatic irony, not just in the context of everything that's going to happen afterwards, but even you don't have to know who Rowan Rivette is to know that he's not a household name in the same way Rupert Murdoch is. You know that at some point
He should be.
this friendship is going to come apart in a very tragic and
All right,
pointy
well,
way.
you've signalled it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the Stewart case. It's a major moment in South Australian history. It's a major moment in Australian history. Let's just have a quick précis of the actual circumstances of what's become known as the Stewart case, but more pertinently, what the role of Rowan and the newspaper was in this.
Yeah, so it's a long story and hundreds and hundreds of pages of documents that I had the pleasure of wading through. But basically, in 1958, December 1958, in Ceduna, so on the west coast, a 9-year-old girl, a white girl, Mary Olive Hatton, goes missing. She goes down to the beach with her brothers and doesn't come back home. There's a search, the whole town, and sort of after midnight they discover her body in a cave, and she's been clearly pretty brutally murdered and sexually assaulted. And within a couple of days, the police follow up all kinds of leads, but none of it really goes anywhere until they get a tip-off from a cop in Whyalla that there was this fun fair, a travelling fun fair passing through town. And one of the people who worked on that fun fair was an Arrernte man by the name of Stewart. And he actually was still based in Ceduna. He'd parted ways with the fun fair. So the police They went around to the wheat board where he was working as a labourer. They picked him up, took him back to the police station and in Ceduna, and sort of just after midnight, they emerged with this signed, very detailed confession of how he did this incredible, heinous act. And it was signed in the only words he knew how to write, which was his own name, and he misspelt his own name. That's how kind of illiterate he was. And so that very quickly, you can imagine the outrage of South Australia at this whole case. And so, it got the coverage you'd expect. It was on, the front page of all the papers, and it went through the courts very quickly. All the other evidence basically was unusable, and it really just hinged on this confession, which was dictated. The police testified that it was a verbatim account of his confession, and it was in just perfect English that it precisely laid out how he could have done this crime in the way that the very little evidence that was on the ground, how it all fit together. And it wasn't until kind of the first trial that the story that the police had potentially beat this confession out of him first came about. But it didn't really stick, and so it went through all these appeals, and nothing really worked for him or his lawyers until a priest...
Well, Rowan gets summoned to a slightly clandestine meeting not far from here, doesn't he? Sort of here at the University Club, and he's lobbied in a way. So how does Rowan Rivett respond to the moral challenge of the Stewart case as it was seen?
Yeah, so the case that he's been given, the story that's been laid out to him is that this priest could speak Aranda, so actually had spoken to Stewart in his first language and became convinced that, 100% there was no way he could have dictated this confession in very clear English. And I think in terms of Rowan as a newspaper editor, he was interested in these stories that he could use to challenge the status quo of the day, the institutions of the day. But also, he too was a white male newspaper editor in 1950s Adelaide. So I think having this priest figure actually gave him a kind of like a reputable end to the story. They could focus on the priest's search, and so they threw all their resources behind him. They bankrolled this priest and sent a journalist to go with him to track down Stewart's employers at this carnival. They were in Queensland in the Tablelands somewhere, and they managed to get this alibi, and it was all very dramatic. At the same time, his lawyers were lobbying the Privy Council, this sort of last-ditch efforts, and this campaign in the public with like flyers and things was all mounting with the abolition movement, and it all kind of came to a head. And Playford sort of bit the bullet and decided to have a Royal Commission, which, in the context of there's a Royal Commission being announced today, but often a Royal Commission is announced so the government doesn't have to answer the questions, it just pushes it further down the timeline.
It can be the best way to do nothing, or can it? But in this case, it got Rivett into hot water, didn't it? So what was the legal outcome further down the track?
Yeah, so the Royal Commission only really kind of inflamed the situation because they got the Chief Justice, Napier, to be the chair of the Royal Commission, and also one of the other judges, Napier and another judge, had previously had presided over this case at earlier stages of appeal. So instantly people are saying that this is just another stitch up. And then when it comes to the Royal Commission, the Stewart's lawyers fly in this kind of flash Sydney barrister to come in and make Stewart's case for him, and he sort of interrogates very forensically all of the police that were involved in this investigation, kind of asking all the hard questions of why don't you have any other evidence other than this confession? Why did you decide to drop all your other leads and just go after this one man when, the evidence that you had really wasn't that compelling? And it's in the middle of him interrogating one of these police that Napier kind of intervenes and says, I've kind of, you can keep interrogating him, but I've kind of heard enough. And Shand is the name of this lawyer. He's not used to Adelaide and the way it's run. Apparently Napier interrupted people all the time, but he took it as this extraordinary intervention and sort of attempt to pervert the course of justice almost. So he walked out and went back to Sydney. And it was the News's reportage of that walkout. They had these big, if you guys can recall, newsstand posters in bright red ink, these huge letters, and the editorialising was sort of paraphrasing Shand, but said, these commissioners can't do the job. Shand walks out. It just, I think captured the moment in very emotive terms, which it probably felt like for a lot of people in the room that day. But that just sort of exploded the situation, and suddenly it turned from being a case about Stewart and this murder trial and that question of justice to this is a newspaper that has been pushing the envelope in Adelaide for 7 years at this point, and this is just one step too far. So that case finishes. Stewart, his death sentence, he's been sentenced to death, and it's commuted, I think, 6 or 7 times, sometimes the day of the execution. So he's been through a lot at that point, and eventually Playford agrees to commute the sentence. So the commission upholds the original sentence, but he's commuted, so the people who were campaigning to save his life were at least satisfied there. So that kind of resolved itself, and he went off to Yatala. But then a few months later, this sort of postscript that becomes the climax of my story and the book and the story that I've been following over that 7-year period all comes to a head because Rowan and News Limited are charged with, I think it's 9 charges of libel, but one of them is seditious libel, which is this kind of archaic common law defence, like it's almost medieval, which has only been used one time before in South Australia. And so this becomes this huge sort of flashpoint for press freedom that's heard all around the world. And Rowan, I think it's a very stressful period, but I think he probably enjoys that as well.
And how does Rupert respond to this challenge to the paper and to the way in which North Terrace is being treated by government and so on? What's Rupert's attitude?
I think at this point he's pretty tired of it. He's been challenging. He's been sort of party to Rowan's attempts to shake up South Australia for 6 or 7 years at this point. But it was one of the first documents that I found that really spoke to me and gave a sense of the story that I could tell. And it's what I opened the book with. And it's this incredible scene where these police officers walk into the News Limited offices on North Terrace in January 1960, and they interrogate Rowan, and then they interrogate Rupert. And, Rupert's been this very bolshy, very chatty figure all the way through. He's very brash and boastful. You see him in this, the television inquiry that happened a few years earlier. He wasn't afraid to kind of, talk himself into some pretty tricky corners. But in this transcript, he just completely stonewalled. He was sort of chastened and silenced. And that became, for me, it's the first instance where Rupert, or maybe one of the first instances where Rupert has had to really be called to account for what he's wrought, for the sort of norms that he's challenged and trashed in pursuit of building his audience and his little empire. And those inquiries, those moments of public testimony, we see them every kind of decade. And so when I was first doing this research, it was around the time of the Leveson inquiry in the early 2010s, and it felt very prescient then. And then when I was writing the book, it was in the middle of Dominion and all of that, and he had to do depositions once more. So
this is the most humble day of my life, Rupert.
That kind of stuff.
In Adelaide,
yeah, he's had a few humble days, it turns out.
Yeah. And so let's speed through it a little bit. So the seditious libel case, in the end, runs its course, but the damage has been done. So what happens to Rowan at this point?
Yeah, so only a couple of weeks, really, after the final charge is dropped, he gets a letter at North Terrace from Rupert saying that his services are no longer required, really.
Where's Rupert at this point?
Rupert has moved to Sydney, so he's already taken his eye away from Adelaide. And I think that often... So this story has been told a lot there's a lot of Murdoch biographies out there. I've got a shelf full of them. There's just too many, if you ask me. Why would someone write another one? But this was a story that so often had become like the little postscript before they got onto the real meaty stuff. But the more I dug into this story with fresh eyes, you can see that actually the Stewart case and the aftermath was kind of maybe the tipping point, but they'd been growing apart for so long. And, I think it was as much a case of Rupert not being able to leave Rowan in charge of any paper. He wasn't happy to give anyone that long a lead as he had in those 7-year periods. So clearly there was a use-by date on their relationship. And the fact that he had kind of moved to Sydney and turned his eye away from Adelaide meant that he couldn't trust Rowan to do things as he had done them.
Well, and in the letter, which is by definition as a letter, it's not like sacking someone to their face. There is an anonymity, but he does express a contrition and a regret. There's an acknowledgement in the course of the letter that of everything that, Rowan, you've given me, he effectively says you've been
a father. He says it's the hardest note he's ever had to write, and then they don't speak for 3 weeks.
And eventually, Rupert's already left. Rowan eventually packs up the Wattle Park home and leaves South Australia as well. And it's almost as if it never happened. And the news, the advertiser, and a whole other newspaper history proceeds as it does, as Rupert continues to build the empire. So let's finish on at least the formal part of this afternoon. What did Rupert learn in Adelaide that he was then to go on to apply as he went on to create the evil empire?
Yeah, I don't think I use it in precisely those terms in
No,
the
that's
book.
my term.
Yeah. I think we talked about that he became very comfortable as that insider outsider, but also just really set him in this mindset of being an opportunist. If he'd started with the paper that he wanted to on the East Coast and that kind of extra foot in the door, he might have been a bit too comfortable to really be in that sink or swim, fight or die battle that he found when he was in Adelaide. So I think being relegated to Adelaide in the second best paper in charitably maybe the third best city in Australia at the time, maybe fourth, it meant that he was okay with making do with what he had, and it meant that as he moved forward and moved out of Adelaide, from his first expansion to Perth and then into Sydney, the first thing he got in Sydney was like some free suburban giveaway newspapers. And then the Daily Mirror, which Fairfax sold to him thinking that it would be a handbrake because it was hemorrhaging money. So he was this opportunist who would take what he could get. People would underestimate him, sell him the foot in the door, and that was the mistake
he
they would never
applied
live
the
down.
Murdoch-Rivette system to the Mirror and so on, and actually used that as a system. Connecting with communities, understanding of the need to be progressive when you need to be progressive, and be conservative when you need to be conservative. But he wasn't yet 30, and he was brutally ruthless when the time came. It wasn't only Rowan Rivette. Many people felt the callous kind of disregard. Loyalty was only ever one way, wasn't it? Didn't start that way, but it became that way. So
Rowan's the first of many, many editors on the Murdoch scrap heap.
Yes, but also the idea that there's a sort of relative truth is that Rupert was prepared to fight the battles, but when we came to the Stewart case, he was kind of absent, wasn't he? He vanished like Homer Simpson back into the hedge. He sort of just vanished, leaving Rowan to do the fighting for him at that point. And so the campaigning was selective, and you realise that more of the campaigning was actually about issues of power rather than issues of individual justice. Let's, in a moment, for anybody who wants to ask a question of Walter, we'll go to some questions here. I'm sure most of you are familiar, so if you can queue up behind the microphone here in the centre area, I'll come to you in a moment.
I should say Homer Simpson, another great Murdoch Empire product.
Yes, indeed. And Rupert himself appears on an episode of The Simpsons famously. He becomes his own sort of avatar, doesn't he? Let's just talk a little bit. We know what happened to Rupert, and he's still with us and created so much. What happened to Rowan Rivette after he was summarily rejected? What happened to Falstaff? Where did he go?
Yeah, he had this kind of spotty career where he moved around. He moved to Switzerland after the libel trial. He became this kind of figure for press freedom around the world. So he kind of used that as much as he could, then moved back to Melbourne and kind of became this sort of tragic, diminished figure. And I sort of chart that.
Well, he had health issues, let's be fair to him.
He had health issues as well. But at one point, and this is sort of what I work towards in the book, is that he writes this incredible, as a source, not a great novel in and of itself, but this novel where he fictionalises this period, the Stewart case, his breakup with Rupert, and he does it so thinly that when I finally found this manuscript after going through like a dozen boxes at the National Library, it's got the sort of list of characters at the front, and I just spent 5 minutes going through, well, that's Don Dunstan.
Well, what's his
that's
name for Rupert?
Rupert is Armand, I think.
Yes.
And he's Donald Dare.
Donald Dare. Rowan Rivette.
And
Donald
Playford
Dare.
is Butforth, which is kind of a Simpson-esque name as well.
And Lloyd Demar is...
Oh God, I can't remember off the top of my head.
No, you did list it. All right, we'll have to look it up later.
But no one published it. It never got published.
Rowan never edited a paper again.
No.
He was never a feature writer again, anything really.
And he was this kind of man out of time because he'd been this progressive firebrand of the 1950s, really challenging the system and defining his identity around that. But by the 1970s, the early 1970s, a new group of people had come through, and he was writing for the Nation Review, but eventually, I think Richard Walsh was telling me that he had to let him go because he just wasn't resonating with the young progressive readers at the time.
And died in 1977 after some health issues, and so a really interesting and great Australian sort of departed us there. An extraordinary sort of story there. And again, as you say, everybody's heard of Rupert, but perhaps more people should have heard of Rowan Rivette because his books are so extraordinary. Let's take a couple of questions. Chris, I can see you there. Let's start with you.
Thank you. Congratulations on the book.
Thank you.
I haven't read it yet. I will be buying it.
That's the important thing.
Yeah, of course. Anyone who writes about the history of South Australia in any form that you're talking about has to be congratulated, to put it on the record.
Thank you.
And as I'm an old-style Labor bloke from way back, I do remember when the news and the advertisers circulated in South Australia in the 50s and 60s when I was a very young person. There are two questions. One, do you think Don Dunstan got his revenge on Sir Mellis Napier when Napier had to finally retire as Chief Justice as a doddering old fool on the bench? Dunstan then appointed John Bray as the new Chief Justice, which further sent Sir Mellis Napier off the planet.
And John Bray was Rowan Rivette's defence counsel in that libel trial.
Of course.
Who left all his papers to the State Library, so thanks, John Bray.
So the Adelaide establishment went bananas again about Dunstan. My other question, really more serious, do you support a Royal Commission into the structure of the media in Australia, including into the operation of the monopoly we have now with Nine and particularly Murdoch and the Stokes organisation?
There you go. There's a Dorothy Dixer for you, Walter.
Yeah, I mean, well, now they've got a book to sell. Absolutely. That sounds like a great idea, and we should put it on the front page of all the newspapers. I think one thing that I got out of this book and writing this, from the vantage point of the present day, was that the concerns that people had in the 1950s in so many instances were the same concerns that people have today, like monopoly, concentration of ownership. It's just astonishing to write from today's vantage point because things are just so outrageously concentrated. All of these big companies that existed that were, duking it out in Sydney and in Melbourne and in Adelaide, it just simply doesn't exist anymore. So, I mean, I don't know about Royal Commissions, but it's certainly over the course of the 10 years between when I started this as an honours thesis and when I published the book, and I kind of very happily wasn't thinking about Rupert Murdoch or writing books about him for about 7 of those years, but just seeing how everything had kind of collapsed in on itself, that's part of what drove me to write this book, because my experience of being a journalist in Australia, in Adelaide, is of, just atrophy, where everything is collapsing in on itself. You mentioned the Adelaide Review. That closed down while I was the editor. Rip It Up, a street press that used to be pretty vibrant as well, that shut down when I was the editor as well. Yeah. Correlation, not causation. Yes. Which is why I ended up doing, I think, 3 weeks of work at the Advertiser office in 2016, which I started the book off. But, even the Advertiser today is a shadow of its former self. Every newsroom and news organisation I've been into, you get the sense that a lot of people used to work there. They're these weird empty spaces, these worn patches of carpet where no one works anymore. Any interrogation of that, I think, is really valuable. I don't know how things can improve. Certainly, things like Meta pulling the plug is not going to help things either.
Well, we should also make the distinction between opinion and news and where we now get our 24-hour news cycle from, where the information comes from, is not quite the same thing as where we're told what to think, so to speak. What actually has occurred versus how we should read it has been pulled apart in a way. But Rupert, in the course of your book, was already talking about a 24-hour news cycle. That was his whole point about why you have a multiple edition afternoon newspaper, isn't it? Is that you actually try to feel... He was already anticipating an internet-driven, continuous news flow.
What is the afternoon newspaper if not like a live blog, kind of? But I also, and I mentioned before, we talk a lot about today's media and, social media and these algorithms that are sort of dictating what we see. And, the term I often find myself writing is about using to describe it is this: we live in an attention economy. But, what is a media system, a news system that hinges on, young boys and girls standing on the street corner yelling stuff at people passing by and waving bits of paper with bright red text on them, if not an attention economy? There's a lot of... In some ways, we're living in this very unique, strange time. In other ways, these are issues that have been playing out across the last century plus.
And we will get to the question, but just a follow-up on Chris's sort of point there. What about the concentration? It's been a generation, as you said, it's been pretty much your lifetime that there's just been this concentration, one conduit for what is both a news source largely, but also an opinion source. Has it changed the city in your observation?
I guess I come from a perspective where it's all I've ever known. So that was part of what writing this book was trying to
But
make
you've lived a lot
sense
of your
it.
imaginative life in an alternate Adelaide.
It's true.
An Adelaide of going right back to the Register. Your book canvasses Benython, and we go right back, don't we, in the course of it. So it's a different city now, isn't it?
It is, but also, it's interesting at this point as well, where the Advertiser still is the only daily newspaper, and it's still mounting some pretty incredible attempts at shaping public opinion, but that influence just isn't there. Like even at Writers' Week, I think it's worth pointing out, we had the front page of the Advertiser last week with Writers' Freak. I don't know who was the freak, if we were having a freak. The apostrophe placement was very ambiguous. But that follows up from last year where they tried to really mount this sort of full-throated campaign to get these Palestinian writers, turfed off the lineup. And I think it just resulted in people paying attention to what they were saying in ways that they hadn't before, and so it kind of backfired. We had over on that stage over there multiple, TV news crews camped out for, what they probably expected to be, some outrageous anti-Semitic calls to violence, and they just had to sit and watch a really nuanced and moving discussion about poetry. And it was, for me, it felt like we're in this alternate universe where, poetry makes the 6 p.m. news bulletin. But it didn't work, and those voices, we heard them.
But it comes back, though, to your earlier point about Rupert's desire, whatever he's against the elites. And even as a quadruple billionaire in his Manhattan penthouse, there's still a sense that Writers' Weeks aren't true Adelaide, because they sort of still belong to the Adelaide that he was up against all those 70 years ago now.
It was always the festival was founded by, the Adelaide gentry. The Advertiser was the big supporter. It was one of the many kind of contradictions that I encountered in this story was that while Rowan Rivett was being tried for libel by the government, by the judiciary over across town, he was also being celebrated for his literary works at the first Adelaide Festival, at the precursor to what is now Writers' Week. So
Rowan's one of the patron saints of this. I've kept you standing there. My apologies, sir.
Sure. Kevin Duggan is my name. The book brought back many memories that I had. I was a copy boy at the News during those periods about which you've been speaking. I was still at school, but I used to have a job during the holidays as a copy boy, and one of my mundane tasks happened to be taking messages from North Terrace up to the Advertiser during that stoush relating to the Sunday newspapers.
Wow.
A lot of the argument was about the circulation of the newspapers, but I used to take them up to Lloyd Dumas' office and hand them to the secretary, and she would take them into Sir Lloyd and his cabal inside his office, and I'd hear roars of laughter coming out of the office. And there was this bespectacled secretary looking at me over her glasses, wondering what a little boy was doing carrying up these important messages. Then I'd take them back, and Rupert Murdoch and Rowan Rivett were ensconced in their offices, and then there'd be the meeting that they would have, and then they'd send a quick reply back. One of the other medial tasks that I had was to clean up Rowan Rivett's office after he'd looked at all the newspapers in Australia during the morning. And I found him to be the most charming man. He wasn't too proud to talk to a young lad about what his career was going to be and whether he was interested in journalism and so on. And it was a very sad day for me when I read that he had been dismissed. Just shortly after that, I went on to do articles of clerkship in Alderman Clark, Ligerwood and Rice, which was a very prominent firm in Adelaide. Yeah. And Sir Harry Alderman was the senior partner in the firm. My principal was Robert Clark. Robert Clark did all the commercial legal work for News Limited, and indeed Rupert made him director of News Limited. Harry Alderman acted so many years for Sir Keith Murdoch, and then suddenly he was faced with giving advice to Rupert Murdoch. And Bob Clark told the story that after one of their first meetings, Sir Harry came out of his office after he'd said goodbye to Rupert, and he said, and I mention this because of the title of your book, he said, "Young Mr. Rupert, he wants to build empires on concrete which never sets."
Thank you for that. Let's
Thank
try
you
and
so
get
much.
another question in. Sorry, sir. I just want to get
I
one
could
more
listen
in.
to this all day.
Yes,
Thank you.
we love. This is why you come to Adelaide. We'll try and just get one more in. Thank you.
Right, okay. My name's Jack O'Day. I was a university student in the 1970s in Adelaide, and there was a Royal Commission into the Howard Salisbury affair. Did you ever come across any of that in your research, and why has it never been released?
Not for this project, but as someone who is very interested in South Australian history, that whole period occupies an outsized part in.
Well,
the
and it's in
imagination.
conversation with the Stuart case in a way.
And the kind of aftermath as well, because was it Stuart Coburn wrote the Salisbury affair? So he was a great friend of Rowan Rivett. This is not an answer to your question because I don't really know, but I'm just going another direction. But so he and Rowan Rivett were these great friends who'd met on the newsroom floor of the Herald, and they sort of bounced around. And then when the Stuart case came around, Coburn was working for the Advertiser, and Rivett was working for the News, and their friendship was shattered as a result of just how high the tensions were around this case. But John Scales was telling me afterwards that actually Coburn, even though he disagreed with what Rivett was pushing in that period, he was really inspired, and a lot of journalists were inspired by this idea of what a newspaper could be. And you did see in the late 60s and the 1970s, the Advertiser did become much more of a kind of investigative paper that wasn't afraid of challenging power in interesting ways.
Well, and I think it's fair to suggest that, as you've demonstrated, Walter, in the archives of the South Australian Library and elsewhere, there are still many truths, documents, and even autobiographical novels that may well yield some truths.
I'll get to it. They got kilometres of the stuff in there.
Folks, at 6 o'clock, could you join me in thanking Walter Marsh and congratulating him on his remarkable book? Copies of which are, of course, available in the book tent. I exhort, it's an extraordinary book, not just about Rupert Murdoch, but what a great book about Adelaide. Thank you for your diligence and patience.
Thanks.